And he also then responded as it's a statement. And that's why I chose that name, is because I wanted people using it as in our community as a statement. No white guilt. That is, no white guilt is the most revolutionary thing you can say in any Western country today. It is, without question, the most revolutionary thing you can say. It shatters anti-white narrative. It shatters their what they need to be able to victimize us, which is that we willingly lower our guard and allow ourselves to be victimized. So you got to say no white guilt. And the fact that he ended up saying that, awesome. Because there are more than one. I've been on both the radio and the JF. Mudfish says, I'll load a card with a substantial amount to help keep you working. My word, because you're the best voice we have. I really thank you for that. You know what? I'm not the best anything. I'm just the guy who tries with all his heart. One of these days I'm gonna tell the story, and it's going to have to be on a video. I won't be able to do it on a live stream because it makes me too emotional, and then I can't talk. One of these days I'm going to tell you the story of one of my brothers and the heart that at that time that little boy had. That's it. That's what we're going to say right now. Heart is what matters. Not skill, not talent, not looks, nothing, none of that. Heart is what matters. Tenacity, desire, passion. You can all have that. You can all access that. That is what matters. Get up in the morning, and when your feet hit the floor, I want the anti-whites to tremble in their boots. That is how you make your life matter. The anti-whites know better than anybody what's going to harm and undermine what they are doing. Is that not the case? So if they know better than anyone else on planet Earth what is going to undermine what they're doing, and these are not the pink-haired anti-whites at YouTube, at this platform, or that platform, these are the governments. If they're saying, no, don't let these people hear that lexicon, those dialectics, they're telling you that it works. They're telling you that they can tell it's going to undermine what they are poisoning you with. They're saying that's the antidote. Don't let it into our country. HC Entertainment, £5 investment. Thank you very much for that, HC. How can you not love this guy? 100% dedicated to the cause. Amen in return. Thank you very much for that kind investment. But to us, they will throw the laurel of victory around our necks. Our names will be the ones that they remember. Our lives. You can be remembered through your lineage. You can be that great-great-grandfather who fought for white well-being, grandfather thus and such, and your image goes up on the wall in their home. Now that is something that gives me chills. That's something that I would feel absolute honor to be able to be that face on the wall in that family, generations from now. He did all that he could. That's how I would do it. How do you do it, if at all? Anger is a virtue when it protects the innocent. I want you to have that. I want you to use that MC, mean curative, when you go out and have conversations online, in person. So let's get into some of this now. How about the anti-whites? Now, we talked about it before. Why do the anti-whites need to censor us? They need to censor us because they cannot allow you to hear what I have to say. Because if you hear what I have to say, then they, anti-whites, will lose their control over your thoughts. If they lose control over what you think, then they lose control over your actions. They admit it. I have listened to their lectures where they have said we cannot allow people to hear the white positive message because it's too alluring. Because it makes too much sense to them. So we have to shut them down. We never engage them in conversation. That is what the anti-whites teach their propagandists at the highest levels. They only engage us when it is a prearranged situation like an interview, and they have set it up so that you are always going to lose the conversation. Yes, a statement, no white guilt. That is, no white guilt is the most revolutionary thing you can say in any Western country today. It is, without question, the most revolutionary thing you can say. It shatters anti-white narrative. It shatters what they need to be able to victimize us, which is that we willingly lower our guard and allow ourselves to be victimized. So you got to say no white guilt. And the fact that he ended up saying that, awesome. Has it been 2 hours since we've started?
His name was Willie Woodrow, and I wasn't born and raised in no ghetto, just a white man looking for a place to do my thing. Well, I'm out to find me a wealthy woman in a line of work that won't take no diploma, and I ain't got much to lose and life to gain. Some call me a good time fella. I ain't black and I ain't yellow. I'm a white man looking for a place to do my thing. I don't want no handout living, don't want any part of anything they're giving, 'cause I'm proud and white and I got a song to sing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you want to get ahead, you gotta hump and get it. I'm a white man looking for a place to do my thing. Now hump and get it. Yeah, I'm a small town man, I've been around a little. I like guitars and I like a fiddle, and that's kind of all it takes to fan my flame. I'm a blue-eyed Billy, kind of rough and ruddy. I have to work to be somebody. I'm a white man looking for a place to do my thing. I don't want no handout living, don't want any part of anything they're giving, 'cause I'm proud and white and I got a song to sing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you want to get ahead, you gotta hump and get it. I'm a white man looking for a place to do my thing. I'm a West man looking for a place to do my thing.
I never hate my race, but until recently I didn't know history class was jacked completely. Found my new family with the team going free. My old family doesn't understand me, 'cause I am so pro-white, no coke, no Sprite. I am rolling with the bubbly, gonna be more white. I saw them twist history right before my very eyes. Insurrection Day, it's in the book and it's all lies. But now I am alive and well to tell it. But will generations down the line be able to sell it? I've always been a thinker on the search for both sides, but they label me an outcast and they cannot tell me why. Guess I'm just a black sheep, white boy who doesn't hesitate to make a lot of fucking noise. I'm the black sheep, white boy, and I wouldn't change a thing if I ever had the choice, 'cause the red's the color I bleed. Yes, we all do bleed red. I have to protect my family. So I love my people to death. Why does affirmative action make them not hire me? Even in the countries where I'm the minority. Is my race just that awesome and no other could compete? Is that what the anti-whites are trying to tell me? Why am I always seen as such a threat? To the point they want to strip me down till there's nothing left. Old friends from high school, man, I haven't kept one. But I got a new crew and it's where I belong. 'Cause if you ain't going free, you ain't rolling with me. And there are even anti-whites in my own family. But I am the one who's comfortable with myself. I try to save them from the hate so wildly raising hell. 'Cause I'm the black sheep, white boy who doesn't hesitate to make a lot of fucking noise. I'm the black sheep, white boy, and I wouldn't change a thing if I ever had the choice. 'Cause the red's the color I bleed. Yes, we all do bleed red. I have to protect my family. So I heard that Scotland is too white, is Nigeria too black? Don't get your panties in a bunch, 'cause I have the right to ask. See, I'm the black sheep, 'cause I call it hypocrisy. And the media will give you emotions, but they will not give you honesty. Yeah, you have your feelings, but I have the crime rate. And I'ma shoot to kill if there's a danger my way. So I do not blame the cops, just the ones who are cowards, who hesitate to pull the trigger unless it is one of ours. 'Cause he's a black sheep, white boy who doesn't hesitate to make a lot of fucking noise. I'm the black sheep, white boy, and I wouldn't change a thing if I ever had the choice. 'Cause the red's the color I bleed. Yes, we all do bleed red. I have to protect my family. So I love my people to death.
And we're rolling in, going free, ladies and gentlemen. It's a Tuesday night. Can you all hear me okay? Let me make sure. We're going to pull up Entropy right now and see if it works. Like it's been having a bit of trouble here and there. So we're going to make sure it works. And appears to be rolling now. Let me know. And let me know definitely if you financially gift me there. And I'm saying that Entropy appears to be blank, or that I've gotten everybody on Entropy, because it will not be here, but it will be on my dashboard where I can find it. It's like when it rains, it pours. Sometimes there's almost nothing to talk about. And then other times it's just total inundation. You're being swamped. You're being deluged. Over the course of our roll in here, who knows how long it will be, because I can go for a very, very long time. That's the rumor. You may financially gift me. And if you financially gift, I will always read your comment. You can do that on Entropy. We'll find your financial gift. We always do, if it doesn't appear right away. You may also do that on DLive and their cryptocurrency, on Odyssey and their cryptocurrency, or Cash Dollars on Odyssey, and on Cash App. The URLs for all of these are in the description below. If you would like to financially gift with a cryptocurrency, you may do so on Cash App, or you may also do so anonymously over at my website. I should say our website, nowhiteguilt.org. Go check it out, the financial gift tab, and you will find wallets that I use, as well as a snail mail address where you can send me wonderful letters, perfumed, however you like. And I will keep an eye out for them. We dip into the mailbag on Sundays. Of course, we're going to be talking very shortly about this gentleman right here.
My soul, working all day, overtime hours,
and what
pay,
is really going on with Oliver Anthony. Can you all hear me okay? Can we do a bit of an experiment? Can you hear him in the background and me over top of him? That's how it should be. Samuski is here. He is the unifier. Did a great video today. We'll talk. I didn't get a chance to dive into it as much as I would have liked to. But it looks fantastic what I heard, and a new article as well. Cool Papa J Magic is here. The Great Thunder from down under, Lunder for Null. The volume difference between the two is slight. Oh, really? So he is almost as loud as me. How about now? Is he any quieter than he just was? Lady Anglo is here. Hello, sister, and welcome. Yasmin, hello, sister. Some of his songs are pretty good, Fornull says. The great Fornull, epic champion. Anne is here. Hello, sister, and welcome. Stephanie, hello, sister. Great to see you here. Owning Antiwhite Goblins. Wonderful, brother. Wonderful to have you. The great Elaine Sabatino. Many Promethean greetings to you. So I'm guessing I'm able to be heard. Yes, Lunder from down under. I saw you and I mentioned you. Spud is here. Hello, sister. Welcome, welcome. So we're going to be talking about Oliver Anthony. There's so many things to talk about, and I want you all to reach out to me and tell me what you all are thinking about and what you would like to talk about. Of course, we have the topics for the roll-in tonight that I do want to address each in their turn. First off, I want to mention a big Promethean debt of gratitude to a new content creator for White Wellbeing. Let me make sure I have that right. Who made that wonderful video that we opened up with today for White Wellbeing. A big salute to that gentleman. God bless you. Thank you so very much. And we have a message from him that I might read toward the end, if not today, then Sunday. But it's a glorious, it's a heart, it's a tear jerking, it's a heartstring pulling video. And I've said it for a long time. The folks who decide to make clips of me, like the great clips, end up always making me look 10 times better than I actually am. And so God bless for White Wellbeing. a beautiful video and says there'll be more to come. Ken Focus here. Great to see you. Let your friends know. Well, first of all, if you can, get out some 07s for white well-being. That was a beautiful video. I was talking about it with your leader of the outreach team, Biospirit of the West. And he said, wow, it just lifted his whole mood. It's very well done. And I expect that there'll be more, and each one will be an improvement upon the one before. So thank you so much. I really appreciate that. That's what happens. When you're a good person, you bring good people to you, and talented, good people, sane people, people with love in their hearts. We're going to get to Oliver Anthony in just a moment, because maybe you know, maybe you don't, but the anti-white forces are after him. And that's really the theme of tonight, is that, and this roll-in, is that what we have is societal anti-white terrorism kicking up another gear. This is not something that goes away. It's something that already has defeated Christianity, Catholicism, something that's already defeated Mormonism, all the lodges out there. It's all the political parties, all the political ideas, socio-political ideas. It's already defeated everything, because anti-whiteism is psychological warfare. And nobody knew, as a consequence, how to resist it until Team White Wellbeing. You're welcome. And we're doing a magnificent job. We have endless examples of our successes using the concepts that we have created specifically for this purpose, to recapture our destiny. It works in your life. It'll work in your family's lives. It works with your children. As I share almost every day testimonials from people saying how well the concepts work in their life, and how they're using the concepts with their children, and how they've changed things at their children's school. These are things that could have never been done before. You could have never gone to your child's school and said, do you know the author of this book, and also the publisher of this book, and also the distributor of this book, and also they're different non-white peoples, and don't you know they're just the worst people? They're so awful. And the school would say, okay, we're going to call CPS, and then you get into immense trouble, and nothing ends up happening. And then your child gets attacked at school, and your child is in the wrong, and your child doesn't have the moral strength and fortitude of the white positive morality, moral imperative that we wield here, which works to the benefit of all, because Western civilization works to the benefit of all. And that's why non-white people from around the world have come to Western civilization, because it works to the benefit of everyone. And so the children often end up being ostracized and hated of parents who do things like this, and then they end up hating their parents. The reverse happens here in service to white well-being. And so this is why we have to push as hard as we can to get this message of the Go Free method, the practice, to as many people as we can. And we have to push, and I might mention a little bit later, but the evidence of the de-emphasization, the evidence of our censorship on YouTube is complete. We're at about 99% censored by our estimations. And a great proof of this just came about by way of Oliver Anthony and his viral hit. And we'll talk about that maybe tonight. I might make a video about it. Who knows? But before we get to Oliver, we're going to talk about, I'm going to take a quick look at the Georgia charges Trump former advisors in 2020 election. They're charging Trump, if you haven't heard, with racketeering. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this because I think where this is going is really predictable. And as I stated on streams past, I believe that Trump, if actually incarcerated, will run from jail, as he should. And if the election is not stolen, he'll win, in my opinion. He'll win by a landslide. But we'll have to wait and see exactly what they decide to do at that level. What the prosecutor down there, and this is an important thing that ties everything together. This is, you have to understand how your world comes together in order to be able, in a complete way, a complete system, as Andrei Moisejev would say when he's talking about the Go Free method. It's a complete system. Every other system he's come across, and that's the great composer Andrei Moisejev. Every other system he's come across, it's not a complete system. It breaks down here or it breaks down there. The Go Free method works everywhere. It's a complete system. And you have to understand our state holistically. You have to understand it by way of all of its parts to be able to understand any of it. When you just take a narrow view of any part of it, you end up inevitably, ipso facto, wrong in other parts. So what you have to understand is, why do you have, and what's this woman's name? Femi Mills? What's her name? Femi, whatever, the prosecutor. Maybe it's in the article. We'll see. I will mispronounce it on purpose, whatever it is. Here you have a prosecutor who is rabidly anti-white, and this is why we talked about over the years nodes of power, and how once so many nodes of power are in the hands of anti-whites, you do not have recourse to an injustice. That's where we are today. The odds that you or even a governor or even a state rep or a federal rep of a state or congressman, there's no recourse for them anymore, next to zero, that can get them justice, that can get them a fair treatment, that can get them a treatment that isn't anti-white anymore. Those days are gone. You have these prosecutors and you have all of these cuck conservatives, and it's really, I've been messaging with Fornol today. There's really a struggle on for the souls of our people. And it has always been the case. But particularly in the past several generations or more now, the struggle has really been between people who want to J-spurg and blame everything on Jewish people, and the cuck conservatives or the cucks who want to say, like, worship Israel and say that they don't see race, while their head is being caved in by people who say that they are doing this to them because they're white. That's really been the struggle until us. Now it's like a three-way struggle, and we're winning. Our method works. Our method heals. Our method grows. Our method gets people jobs. Our method gets people promoted while advocating in a white positive way for our people, the end of our victimization, which ultimately benefits everyone who lives in Western civilization. So what you've had in the West is anti-whiteism, which is psychological warfare that has contended with every religion, every other ideology, every other approach to resist anti-whiteism under various names and various outcomes and various times. And the anti-whites have won every time. They win every single time. And I'm afraid it was like I was having a conversation with a guy on Twitter today, and I hope he showed up tonight or he'll show up on Sunday. The bottom line is that I am the neurosurgeon that's going to work on your mother's brain. Stop trying to tell me and Team White Wellbeing how to do things. We are the only people having success. We are the only people revolutionizing people's lives for the better, their family environment for the better, their work environment for the better. The testimonials are endless. Here you have the victory of anti-whiteism, such that all the way up to the district attorney, and what do they keep calling it? Prosecutorial, what's the actual charge they use against them? This is like what both the cucks and the J-spurgs are out there talking about, this mishandling, wrong handling, illegal handling, unethical handling of the power of prosecution. So what? Stop complaining, bitches. I mean, seriously, stop complaining. One of the great reasons I had to get away from these kind of people is the endless whining about how they get to do it, but we don't get to do it. Okay, we've resolved that. They get to do it. We don't get to do it. Let's move forward now. So don't bring that stuff to my door. Don't bring that sort of attitude here, because it doesn't work and it just pisses me off. No more complaining about them. So here you have this Fanny, Thinny, whatever her name is. No chance in a world that is not infected with anti-whiteism, that she would ever have, I'm sure, I mean, I don't know her personally, but even be able to obtain a law degree, maybe even a college degree. I mean, she really, when I heard her talk, sounds uneducated and unintelligent. So my guess, my opinion, is that she got through college because she was non-white, and she displaced some white person because there's not an infinite number of seats at university. And then she was given her passing grades because she's non-white. And then she was given a place at law school, displacing a white person who deserved the spot, or a different non-white person, displacing them who deserved the spot because she's non-white, and then given passing grades. And then who knows how the bar exam works for non-white attorneys? Who knows? I mean, you're never going to be able to dig down into the machine. Do you really think you're going to go cutting down through that abscess with the scalpel, and you're ever going to be able to find exactly the maggots that are the anti-white maggots that are there, ensuring that they distribute so many law licenses to non-white people at the expense of white people? You're never going to be able to do that. So you just know it's happening because it's happening everywhere. It's happening everywhere. We find these things all the time. We stumble upon them. It's like fortuitous. We're like, what the hell? We suddenly come upon these things in the world. And so we know logically it's happening. We can see the outcomes, and then we stumble upon it from time to time. And that's often over the course of our lives, and see that it is indeed the case. She then, of course, is hired to the government, and she holds a number of very high-paying jobs, drives nice cars, expensive clothes, lives in a big house. Meanwhile, she's having like gang bang sex with gang bangers. All right. I mean, this is America now. Did you think it would be any different? Did you think it would be different when you have anti-whiteism in place? What kind of non-white people are going to climb to the top, and in what percentages, in an environment that intentionally persecutes and discriminates against white people? What kind of non-white people are going to make it to the top there? Well, they're not going to be, the vast majority are not going to be your Dr. Swains. The vast majority are going to be like this Fannie Mills or whatever her name is. And what is she going to do? Prosecutorial misconduct, or whatever verbiage they're using. It's like it's a big. Is that the phrase they're using? They say it like all grave. This is prosecutorial misjust. It's wrong. It's what it is. It's illegal, and we all should. This is a grave day for America. The misconduct. Give me a break. Of course, that misconduct takes place every day to the tune of tens of thousands a day across Western civilization by white anti-whites, black anti-whites, Jew anti-whites, any anti-whites. They're in these positions. They're letting offenders go. They get people in. And this, of course, is my opinion. Of course, my opinion. Maybe I'm just totally out of the loop. I don't know. I'm not there. I'm not au courant with these things. Maybe that's what it is. But you find that, boy, so many of these criminals that are either non-white or white and clearly anti-white by way of some victim group, some privileged group that they're in, the judges are out there just one after the other. Prosecutors who go easy on them, they let them go. We saw that during the anti-white terror attacks across the country. Those things are still happening. So, and we'll talk about that as well. So she gets into office, and now you have a president, a former president, who will be the next president if there isn't theft of the presidency yet again, or maybe yet again. Some Biden getting like 550 million votes or something like that. I wouldn't be surprised. And so she files these charges. She looks, and this is what's happening across the board when it comes to Trump. 91 charges against Donald Trump. 91. And if he's convicted of all of them, he'll spend a cool 700 years in prison. All of it, Bravo Sierra. What this misconductor has done, prosecutorial misconductor has done, is she's taken the charge of racketeering, and she has looked at the behavior of lawyers and their client, Donald Trump. And she says that behavior is similar enough to the behavior of the mafia and drug cartels, where you have one person doing the will of the other for some sort of nefarious objective. And then how does she come up with a nefarious objective? Like some sort of like fantastical, reasonable person test, which of course is always going to be interpreted by way of the anti-white narrative, by way of the anti-white moral imperative. And she has juries that are full of people who are anti-white. So the outcome is almost a foregone conclusion on so many of these charges, almost a foregone conclusion, because no matter how not guilty that you are, no matter how innocent Donald Trump is, there will be anti-whites on the jury who will view the evidence and, irrespective of the evidence, apply the anti-white moral imperative for an anti-white outcome. Now, why would they apply it to Trump? Is Trump some sort of a Fourth Reich kind of a guy? Of course not. He doesn't care about the white race. He's made that very clear again and again. He doesn't care. He's not openly said anything about us. He's talked about blacks. How great they are. He actually said they built America. Seriously. He's talked about how great Jews are, how great Indians are, how great American Indians are. He's talked about all of the Hispanics. He's talked about all these different, how wonderful women are. I mean, the guy can't get enough of hiring long legs and boobs. Sometimes they come attached to a bright mind, but most of the time, no. And it's nothing about us. The reason why he's targeted is because in any way that an individual undermines or troubles or slows down the victimization of Western kind and the white erasure of our norms, they are considered the devil by anti-whites. And as such, they'll be called everything that they consider a synonym of the devil in their anti-white narrative. So they'll be called Nazi, literally Hitler. Do y'all remember that? Literally Hitler. They'll be called bigots, racists, white supremacists, all of these sorts of things. Of course, the big error that people make, and you can see this from sort of like these other two camps that are vying for people's souls out there, the J-Spurgers and the Cuck-servatives, in vying for their souls in resistance to our victimization. Both of them handle that wrong. The J-Spurgs will say what? The J-Spurgers of various types, you know, they'll say, well, that's what, they'll own it. They'll say, oh yeah, I'm definitely that. And then they'll own all of the history that all of the audience believes about those people. Is absolutely inept. This ineptitude that reeks like the horse stalls that have been cleaned for weeks. And then on the other hand, you have these cuck-servatives who will then fall all over themselves to talk about how they have non-white friends and everything, because the anti-white measurement for what is moral and immoral is their measurement too. And that's all that matters. And then you have us, outside of the anti-white narrative, ready to go on the offense against these people, pointing out their anti-whiteism, demanding to know why they're so anti-white. Why are they for white erasure? What is their objective then? Do they agree with the state legislator that I'll be showing you a video of that I tweeted about? We'll be talking about that, who is anti-white, who is absolutely delighted that he has gotten rid of the white population in his district. Is that something that they are happy with? That's the big difference. The Go Free method is the psychological defense for the psychological warfare being waged against us. And we win in every encounter. So we'll take a quick look at this. Then we will roll on to Oliver Anthony. And I hope while you are having a respite from maybe me talking, you will be able to share the URL, let people know in your circles of interest that we are live and we are talking about these different topics that they might find interesting, and in a way that will actually empower them rather than disempower them and in fact ruin them in many cases. I mean, if you go down the J-Spurging route, you are going to suffer Ye's law. There could be nothing more evident in the world. I can't believe that anybody would be a J-Spurger after Ye's law had just happened and you would still choose that route. I mean, goddamn, what an IQ test. You know what I mean? What an IQ test. I mean, I get it for the people who are making their living off of going around and telling you these things. I get that they'll continue to do it for the money and for the LARPing, if it's a LARP for them. But why does anybody listen to anything like that and then repeat it after Kanye West? And also proving somebody in our community had written, I guess this proves there's no such thing as FU money. There isn't, as you can see. Georgia charges Trump and former advisors in 2020 election case, writes Andy Sullivan, Joseph Axe, and Sarah Lynch. Former U.S. President Donald Trump was hit with a sweeping fourth set of criminal charges on Monday. And here's something else, and I don't know if it says it here, but maybe with Fannie Willis, there is her name. Maybe it will mention this, but it's odd. I mean, so much now of the substance of our government, what was our government's not anymore, hasn't been since we've been alive. So much of the governments of the West are just perfunctory. They're just there to continue to look like what was before has continued, that there's a continuity from the past to the present, when there really isn't. And a great example, I think at least, I mean, maybe I have to learn more. Maybe you all can educate me on it. But they released the charges yesterday before the grand jury had finished. Then they took the charges down, and then they came back after the grand jury had finally finished and said, okay, now here's our rubber stamp. I mean, this is what I'm talking about. What is your recourse? All of these people, and so many of the J-Spurgs out there, when you confront them on, okay, this is going to be the consequence of what you're doing, they always will come to the backstop of well, it won't be fair if I'm charged with this and I'm not found innocent. I'm not found not guilty. It won't be fair if they're able to do. And so there's this reliance on the systems of justice. And I would laugh in these people's faces. I would say, are you kidding? How can you believe that all of this is controlled by some set of people that have horns and forked tongues, and then somehow that system is going to give you a pathway to freedom, to a normal life that rewards you for your efforts? What kind of thinking is it? No thinking, or just midwittery kind of thinking. But this is what you get. Fannie and the rest of the anti-whites in Georgia, nobody's complaining. That's not how it's supposed to work, as the cucks would say. That's not our American system of liberty. Gosh dang it. Gosh damn it. Why didn't it work out? They shouldn't be allowed to do that. Well, no shit. No shit. They shouldn't be allowed to do it. But this is the way it is. So you can stop acting horrified and you can stop talking about the double standards and the hypocrisy, and it shouldn't be this way. You can knock that off and you can come here and you can start going free. If you're a guy, get some fucking balls, all right? Get some balls on you. If you're a woman, tell all the guys around you that you are going to see them as cowards and imps and bitches if they do not attempt to emulate no white guilt. That's the reality that confronts us today. They don't need that system to function as white men created it to function. Law and order, justice, the proper governing, the red tape that is necessary, not unnecessary. They don't need any of that. It's just like, oh, we want to charge them, so we'll just write it up. If there's a white guy in the some white guy, and he's like the one white guy that they have to do a shit ton of the work that they don't want to do. If he stood up and said, actually, you know what, you can't do that because of A, B, C, D, and all of the English, French, and Greek alphabets. Here are all the reasons why you can't do that. Fanny and the others are going to say around him, do you want to lose your job? We are the ones in power. We're the ones seated in power. We can do whatever we want. And that's what they do. So they just went ahead and said, okay, we're charging him. Just tell the grand jury that's what we're going to do. And they have to just rubber stamp it. And it doesn't matter how illegitimate the charges are. We're just going to move forward with it. Time to wake up and be adults. Georgia grand jury issued an indictment accusing him of efforts to overturn his 2020 election loss to Democrat Joe Biden. Bullshit. The charges brought by Fulton County District Attorney and gang-banging whore Fannie Willis, you can look into that, with Big Nut and all the others that were just laying into this woman, add to the legal woes facing Trump, the front runner in the race for the Republican nomination of the 2024 presidential election. The sprawling 98-page indictment, listen, and you look at it, and I'm just going to read another bit of this, and we're going to just have a look at Oliver Anthony and what's going on with him and keep rolling, and I'll see what y'all are saying. But you're not going to be able, in this anti-white narrative, to criticize her for gang banging the gang bangers. I mean, that's like her expression. That's like, how dare you put your white Western standards to be redundant on her. Your white Western standards to be redundant are anachronistic and they're evil, etc. This is what the anti-whites are going to say. They're the ones in power. And so that's going to be the final say. So you've got to change up. We need white people to adopt the white positive moral imperative so that they can win back their lives, the lives of their families, the lives of their friends and coworkers, where they live. Just as we showed that would happen with Donald Trump Jr., the great Franklin, making happen, where Donald Trump Jr. says no white guilt. Is that like a person's moniker, or then he says, I don't have any white guilt, but it's something that that we have been, how do you phrase it, saddled with, and uses we and us. You don't do that with other locutions. You don't do that with other approaches. That doesn't happen. That is exactly what I've been telling you all for decades, is the way that this works. 98-page indictment listed 19 defendants and 41 criminal counts in all. All of the defendants were charged with racketeering, which is used to target members of organized crime groups and carry a penalty of up to 20 years in prison. Among other defendants, Mark Meadows, Trump's former White House chief of staff, lawyer Rudy Giuliani, John Eastman, Trump and other defendants charged in his, and in this video, I only saw moments of it, so I don't know if Fanny is this emotional the rest of the video, but she's reading off the charges like she is a witch doctor, and she's all like filled with the spirits, and the white man is going to be burnt at the stake now. There was nothing professional, nothing impartial about it. And these are things that need to be mentioned, because the further Western kind slips away from our norms, the more of our norms that are white erased from our lives, the less we know what they look like, the less we would have to be away from anti-whiteism to recreate it all. So we have to point these kind of things out. This absolute fanaticism of the anti-white. You are not going to be able to compete with the fanaticism of the anti-white within the anti-white narrative. They believe, Fanny believes, the gangbangers believe, the anti-white terror troops that are mobbing stores across the country we're going to talk about, they believe with a righteous indignation to the marrow of their bones that the white race is pure evil and that it's done nothing but starve and rape and pillage and thieve and exploit. And so all of this is owed to them. Nothing feels better in their soul than to destroy Westman and Western civilization. You are not going to be able to contend inside of that narrative with them. Take a cue from the work that we're doing and step outside with us, and you'll see how impassioned you can become to put an end to our victimization. To say there'll be no more victimizing white people. End of this goddamn conversation, anti-white pig. End of the conversation. There'll be no, I don't care how many reasons you have, there'll be no victimizing us anymore. That is when you are empowered with the spirit of the West to say enough is enough. If you continue to talk about abstractions to people who, as a conservative would do, if you continue to blame and shame the innocent as well as anti-white Jews, if you continue to do these things, you'll never muster the righteous energy to defend the innocent. You'll never be able to go further than snarkiness or just looking like the most immoral person in the room, or you'll never be able to do that. You'll never be able to LARP inside their narrative as some villains in their narrative. And that's why, once again, I mean, how much more evidence we continue to have people come to Team White Wellbeing, to the outreach team, to me, to solo actors for White Wellbeing, continue to show up and they continue to make, well, here's my argument for why it's got to be one of these other ways rather than this White Wellbeing way. What do you mean you're making an argument? We have the evidence of your fucking failure. How anti-Western can you be? We came up with the scientific method, in my opinion, of course. We came up with the scientific method, and here you have generation after generation after generation of failure with these other vehicles and ideas, and you want to come make an argument to me as though your method has been yet to be tested? Wow. Trump and other defendants charged in this indictment refused to accept that Trump lost. No, he didn't. And they knowingly and willfully joined a conspiracy to unlawfully change the outcome of the election in favor of Trump, the indictment said. Of course, it was perfectly within Trump's right to use the legal avenues, and even picking up the phone and calling, and to contest what they believed was irregularities in Georgia. I wasn't there, so I don't know what was actually happening, but they believed there were irregularities that required the process to be halted, recounted, or etc., investigated, and the anti-whites in power are deciding, no, we will go ahead and charge you as though you are a drug lord, as though you are Don Corleone, and we're gonna make sure you go to jail for 700 years. Let me see what you all are saying about that. We're gonna move back to
Lord, it's a
our
damn
man
shame
Oliver
what the
Anthony.
world's gotten to. For people like me, people like you, wish I could just wake up and it not be true, but it is. Oh, it is. Living in the new world with an whole soul.
So there he is, Fornal has named him Redbeard. And already people were picking up on Redbeard, and so I think we should go with Redbeard. It's apropos. We will stick with Redbeard. It's great to see everybody here today. I see Jay Bishop. Hello, sister. Great to see you. Gata the Great. Hello, Gata. Welcome. Okay, so Gata looks like Elaine Sabatino doing the duty of a just and noble and virtuous woman of the West, bringing Gata to my attention, because Gata has come into the chat, and we've had these people coming in, subversives, trying to undermine the work that we're doing, and they don't tag me. They want to get at everybody in the live chat instead, and try to change their mind, try to get them to leave the work that we're doing. And so I'll have to go back. Looks like the great Fornal is on top of that one too. Great Fornal says, we have the most effective method for dealing with anti-whiteism. Please be respectful and try to learn what Jason is teaching. Yeah. Yep. Very well said, brother. So gotta be sure to, if you have any questions or comments, this is my house. And so you have to be respectful, and tag me as No White Guilt with your questions or comments, and I will speak to it. Helios Abbott is here, my brother. Great to see you. Victorian Time Traveler, yes, indeed. Hello, brother. Kinfolk, hello and welcome. Scrolling through. Okay, so Gata asked a question about how, and it's just like endlessly coming, this endless question that is no shade on you, but it's a super midget wit question. And I really mean that as nicely as I can. It's no shade on you, but I mean, I really mean it as nicely as I can. To say, how are we supposed to stop the victimization of Westmen if we don't J-Spurg? How are we to do it? Well, we're doing it. Has J-Spurging done it? Be honest with yourself. Has that ever stopped the victimization of Westmen, of Western kind? It never has. It's only ever made things worse. Moreover, what can you do about innocent Jews and anti-white Jews? What can you do? Nothing. You can't do anything at all about it. So what's the use in complaining? I mean, let's say I will intellectually interpret what you've said in the nicest possible way, and that is that you only have a problem with anti-white Jewish people, that you don't want harm or impoverishment or etc. to come to innocent Jewish people, right? I'm going to go ahead and interpret it that way, because the other way is really reprehensible, and white people will hate you for it. And they do. They do hate J-Spurgs for that. Nobody wants to harm people who are not guilty. And so if we're talking about the anti-white Jewish people, what can you do? What did Kanye West do? What did Henry Ford accomplish? Nothing. Nothing. So honestly, do you want to rethink? If you could say anything else, by the way, you could say, oh, well, what could we do to stop the victimization if we don't control the money? You might as well say that. If we don't control the nukes, Jason, what could we do? So you have as much likelihood of controlling the nuclear weapons of the United States as of getting rid of all the anti-white Jewish people. You have as much likelihood there. So why do you keep talking about it? Do you see how it's a midget wit thing? What can you do? What can you actually do? In your world, you can become a moral agent. You can demand an end to our victimization. Is it okay if a white person, anti-white person, victimizes you or your kin? No. So you should be demanding an end to our victimization and focusing on us rather than on an outgroup, on some other group of people, slandering the totality of them, and then hoping that some awful outcome will come to them. I think I've handled that robustly. There's what kind of response can there be? Honestly, what kind of response can there be? John is here. And Janice, hello, sister. So is Linda. Hello, sister. Rick Freedom with a cool name. Montana Kid. Welcome, welcome. Who else do we have here? Private Life. John Anthony. Hello and welcome. Oh, the great Promethean Healing is with us, ladies and gentlemen. Wonderful to see you, good sir. Matt Mittens. Tokolo Shi. Welcome, welcome. All right. I remember peer reviewing papers in college, writes Time Traveler, from people who could barely read. I would cover their papers with red ink. They would make no changes, and the professors would give them 100s. Oh, brother, yes. Thank you for sharing that story. We have so many people over the years. Shelley is here. Great to see you. The truth sucks, doesn't it? Is here. Hello and welcome. There have been so many people in the white sympathetic sphere. There were, I wish I could remember the guy's name right now. This highly educated, highly academic peacock educated professor who quit his job because he was every semester passing, and it was I don't remember what mathematics he taught, but he was required to pass the females in the class, to give them passing grades, and good ones at that, even though they couldn't do the work, even though they were actually failing out. And he did that for year after year after year after year, and it finally just got too hard on his conscience, and he decided just to quit. I think he went to the dean and said, I'm not going to do this anymore. Either they pass the class or I fail them. And the dean said, well, then you'll be fired. And so then he said, well, I quit. So these stories have just come in over the years. And so this is why whatever institution it is, government, private, etc., you find just this, like, it's like a this graph of competency that it just takes these giant plummets. We can't even imagine how competent people were 70 years ago, 60 years ago. What they were graduating, what they were being taught in school, what they could recall. The standards have been just absolutely. And what are the standards? They are our standards. We Westmen created those standards. That's why those standards had to go. Do you understand this, folks? They don't get rid of the standards just because they like float in the ether. They get rid of the standards because they're our standards, because we made them. That's why they target them. Conservatives, listen up. Dennis is here. I tried to sue an employer for being fired while white, says Samuski. After 6 firms, a law clerk finally told me, quote, sorry, sir, but the law just doesn't work the same for us white folk. Wow. Thank you for sharing that. These are the kind of personal anecdotes that we have to share from our, because being a white person, we're going to tell the world here. We're going to tell the world. That's what we do. We're going to tell the world how much we're victimized. Look at that victimization there. We're not going to tell the world talk about all the warts of Black people or Jewish people or Hispanic people or Arab people, or for what? We're not selfish here. We see ourselves as part of a community of Western kind around the world. And so we talk about the ways in which we're victimized because that's what we're putting it into. All right. So as one might imagine, Oliver Anthony Redbeard is coming under attack. And his Twitter, if I can find it, at least I could. Ah, yes, here we go. Apparently a guy who goes by the name James Gravity is Rainbow, whatever, said, "It brings me no pleasure to report that the rich man north of Richmond guy's playlist is public, and he thinks Jewish people are responsible for 9/11. So this is the beginning of course, the attack. And it's going to come from all directions. And why is that? We know why Oliver Anthony is going to be attacked. And we know why and how it will continue. And we know, unfortunately, if he goes the cuck route, what he'll say, and if he goes the J-Spurging route, what he'll say, and both those things are not good for him and our people. And we also know what he could say that would be very good for us. So this guy, James, I don't know who this is. Does anybody know who that is? Let me see what his profile says. He's got, well, he doesn't have many, but he's followers, but I guess he's on the attack. Looks like 10, almost 11,000. And looks like there have been over 2 million views of this tweet. So why are they coming after, and why will they continue coming after Oliver Anthony? Because he's not anti-white enough. That's why. Because he's not anti-white enough. That is how you have to think about it. That is the way that it's going to work for you. That is the way it will work in your own head for your benefit. That's how it will work for you in conversations with others, family members, people you like, people you hate, both you probably find in your family. Because he's not anti-white enough. Now, if he had in his Twitter profile some endorsement of, say, biological white erasure, of white people having children with non-white people, they would be leaving him alone to some degree. He would still have to promote anti-whiteism in his music. The problem that Oliver Anthony has, Redbeard, is identical to the problem Donald Trump has. Oliver has said nothing, Redbeard has said nothing about being white positive or white sympathetic, at least as far as I've been able to ascertain. Nobody has come to me to say otherwise. But what he and Trump have both done is they've spoken in a way that enables white people, without being white guilted, without feeling shame for being white, to identify with themselves as a people, themselves individually, and therefore as a communal struggle, irrespective of what Oliver means. Same way with Donald Trump. You see how it all ties together? You see how clear anti-whiteism becomes? You see how easy it is to understand the world when you have the right formula to understand the world? And so that's the reason that they will target Redbeard. The same reason that they target Donald Trump. It's the reason why we want Donald Trump to run and win, because we know that it will engender and galvanize the white population, not only of the U.S., but indeed of the entire Western world. Just checking real quick to make sure that Entropy is still up and running. So we had this comment by this anti-white bitch trying to defame, trying to undermine Oliver. And Oliver's response was flippancy. What about the chip video? That's what he said. And fascinating. That's fascinating. But what about the chip video? And the chip video is some video put to music of a potato chip. Thank you, Fernol, for hooking me up with that. And J-Spurgs, particularly one sort of faction of them, they love the childish response. I mean, do you really think that you're going to reclaim the destiny of Western kind from the most unscrupulous, vile, criminalistic anti-whites by being flippant, by being snarky? The day is approaching where they will jail for that. We have Yiz talking about, I'll mention it now. She made a great video. It's this morning walk video that she does. It's a glorious thing. Every day she's out there, she makes the videos and she touches upon different subjects, and she's talking about leads. And there was a police officer, female police officer, that a handicapped child, I believe autistic, pointed at or brought her mother's attention to and said that this woman, this police officer, looks like someone, a family member, what was it? And then followed it up with the lesbian. They came and arrested the handicapped child. The anti-white government in the UK went to the house and terrorized this teenager, this like early teens or something. Watch the video over on Yiz's channel and get the full story and feel the passion that she shares it with, and how the disgust that she feels for these people, these anti-white monsters. So you're not going to be able to stop that by being flippant. That's not to say that we can't have our moments when we satirize anti-whites with each other. We turn them into our comic relief, right? To a degree, we reach people in the general or broader public with some comedy, making fun of them. But we're not going to be able to recapture our destiny without a moral imperative, the white positive moral imperative that undermines the anti-white moral imperative. By the way, all of the other moral structures have lost to anti-whiteism. So if you're a good Christian, for example, then you should be aware of this, or you are aware of this. Your church is anti-white. The sermons, that's why I stopped attending church. Every one I went to, it didn't matter. I went to all the denominations, I think, and Catholicism and Mormonism. It was all anti-white. The church has fallen, and it fell a long time ago. So don't feel like, it just happened. So you're not going to be able to say, but the moral law of God. We are on man's world. This is where the Creator has put us. And we've got to use the tools that are available to us, that he empowered us with, in the intelligence, the ingenuity to create these things. And you can say that indeed the moral structure is, or the moral backbone of a white positive moral imperative, you can say is Christian if you're a good Christian, for example. Or if you're an atheist, you could say it's logical. But that's what we have to employ. It's not going to be able, he's not going to be able to defend himself. I'm not saying he did anything like horrible, but over the long run, he's not going to be able to defend himself with flippancy. They'll come, they'll find out where he works, they'll find out family connections, they will go digging in his past, and they'll absolutely create fantastic bullshit stories about this guy. Bullshit tales. If he continues to produce hits, and he's produced one, so maybe there'll be more. If he continues to produce hits and he's not cucking with the cuckservatives, in which case they'll give him a little bit of rope to hang himself with. Otherwise, they'll come and put the rope around his neck for him. So He's going to have to respond in a white positive way if he's going to survive. What do we call this? What is it that white people suffer, ladies and gentlemen? Everybody knows it here. What is it we suffer? Every day, white people by the tens of thousands are being socially lynched for not being anti-white enough. We fear that our entire lives. No one should have to fear this specter in their world their whole lives. No one should. And no other race of people does. None, not one iota. In fiction, they do. Oh boy, in fiction, they do. In fiction, Black people, Jewish people, Hispanic people, Arab people, Eskimos, females, they're all just incessantly hounded by this bête noire that is there to cut their hearts out because they're so innocent and pure, and they are like the driven snow, except the snow is not white because that would be absolutely not anti-white enough. So the snow is a new beigeish and brownish color. In fiction, it's definitely the case. In the real world, we're the ones who are hounded. So now this giant social lynching. This guy lives in Farmville, my state, Virginia. There are a couple little colleges there. It's a small town. There's not much going on. I'm going to tell you right now. But the full might of anti-whiteism engendered and motivated by each anti-white in and of themselves. So to make sure that the midwits are not misunderstood, maybe even the uber midwits would even misunderstand that there's some like orders given. No, there are no orders given from the top. They're going to want to descend on him. And so the things that we can be doing is we can be in the threads he shows up, in songs, if we find out if he's going to be playing, like he played live somewhere. I don't know if it was in Virginia, maybe it was. If I had known and I was able to get some time to be there, I would have gone and tried to talk to him. If you all can find out where he's going to be performing next, and it's somewhere, Virginia, Maryland, PA, West Virginia, North Carolina, I could go there in person, and I could bring the Franklinator with me. All right. And that would just be the end of things. We would save Redbeard from the anti-white onslaught. But this is where he's at today. And I assume 2.2 million and climbing, that these anti-whites are passing this around, and they are getting motivated to go after him. Edward Snowden said this to Oliver Anthony. I mean, so this is not nothing. And again, a big thanks to Fernell for getting this to me. Edward Snowden said, after topping the iTunes list and tweeting like this, the FBI will be making space for him, another kind of list. So space for him on another kind of list too, says Edward. Think I'm kidding? The FBI had a file on John Denver for attending one anti-war protest. They're going to keep making lists until they're made to stop. Now, what is the problem with the FBI? What is the problem? The problem is that it's a human institution, and therefore populated by human beings, and these human beings are inundated. They're rife with anti-white ideology. They believe that anti-white outcomes are moral outcomes, that they're legal outcomes, that they're ethical outcomes, even if they have to break Western laws, because Western laws are white laws, and they should be broken. They should be, even if they have to just be the laws kept, but ignored for now to reach this moral outcome, according to the anti-white moral imperative. They will. Now, I have been an advocate for white well-being for decades, and I can definitely help Redbeard with the kind of way he can express his heart in words, so that he doesn't become more of a problem for or a interest to anti-whites in law enforcement. This is the world we have to function in. There's not going to be any marching in the streets. The FBI will come to you and kill you. I mean, how many times, in my opinion, how many times do we have to see that happen? It just so happens that the method that Team White Wellbeing, outreach team, solo actors, etc., is advocating is not only the most powerful way, it's not only the most, or I should maybe not most legal, because you can't vary more or less legal there, but legal way, but also safest way. How can anybody push back? I mean, it would have to really be a saboteur to say that your advocacy against anti-whites must be immensely dangerous for you and your spouse, and if you have children, it must be immensely dangerous for them. Because doesn't that work out perfect for a saboteur, a subversive? Who's going to participate in that? No one. That's why no one does, except for cranks. And they don't actually even do anything. They just keep telling you that that's how it has to be done. And if you don't do it that way, then you're not doing anything. Except you're not doing anything. So that's what Snowden had to say about Redbeard's intensifying, growing, now I guess incipient maybe, but growing persecution because he wasn't anti-white enough. If Redbeard, and this is going to be very sad, if Redbeard decides to go the conservative route, then it's going to be like what I was saying on Sunday. He's going to come out singing about his brown brothers and different color skins, but all of our collars are blue, kind of bullshit. And that he'll be totally gelded by it. He'll become totally ineffective. He'll be just another dickless country bluegrass singer that nobody will care about. And it'll fade away. He'll fade away. That'll all fade away. We hope that doesn't happen. I've reached out to him for null. Others are reaching out. Be in his threads, be in his chats. Use the lexicon so that he can start seeing this kind of thing, because he's going to be inundated by Jay Spurgs telling him to make a song about the Jews and how this and that about the Jews. And the cucks are going to say it doesn't matter that we have different colors, and we're not going to let them make us fight and divide each other. And by the way, if you do encounter conservatives saying, no, don't mention that it's anti-white because they want us talking about race to divide us, don't hesitate to tell them how easy it would be to divide the races and make the races fight if that was their objective. First of all, there wouldn't just be hatred for one race. They would tell blacks to hate Hispanics and Asians and Arabs, and they would, for every single race, and they would give long lists that would calcify these different groups and have them at each other's throats 24/7. And the oligarchy, the people in power, they know that, and they're not doing it. What are they doing? They're demonizing Western kind, condemning Western kind, victimizing Western kind on every single level of our society. This is why I was saying that it is this society-wide anti-white terrorism. And you're finding it here. I mean, here we go. We begin the show, begin the roll in with the charges against Trump. So there you have it at that level, the presidential level. The anti-whites move against Trump, totally unethically, totally not in keeping with what a prosecutor is allowed to do, or etc. All the way up to the level of the president. Then we shrink it all the way down, and all of those who worked with the president, and we're talking here about the entire justice system, totally occupied and infiltrated by anti-whites and interpreted all of it through an anti-white lens at the presidential level, dealing with a billionaire who's getting in the way of anti-whiteism, even though he doesn't care about white people, or at least there's nothing special. They're just people to him. They're just people. There's some good people there, but they're just people. Whereas black people are black people. Jewish people are Jewish people. They're the best. Homosexual people, they're the best. But white people, no. Anti-whiteism going at that level at him. You shrink this all the way down from billionaire, former president, extraordinaire, TV personality, real estate tycoon, genius. The anti-whites are attacking there, and you narrow that all the way down to Farmville, Virginia, this tiny little nothing in the very center of my once beautiful state, where presidents and poets and actors and philosophers and great musicians, everything have come out of Virginia, all the way down to this little spot right in the middle of Virginia with some broke ass white guy living in the hills, surrounded by trees and different hunting blinds, deer stands, and with his dogs. And he worked in factories. So all the way from up here, global attack, all the way down to Farmville, Virginia. And this guy sings a song that white people, and you notice this is the big complaint that we see for Redbeard across the spectrum on social media, is that his song is being interpreted as political. Now, what are they saying? What are the anti-whites that are complaining about this? What are they saying? That it's being interpreted racially. That's what their gripe is. When they see a bunch of white people get together at a fair, and there's a white guy, there's a white band playing, and a bunch of white people are in audience. You got the big, healthy, strong white guys out there, and you got the beautiful, like long-legged ladies out there and all looking great. And they're there for that music. Even though we know, you and I, we know that a bunch of those people are hardcore cuckservatives. And they're just, their whole lives, they're trying to like villainy signal that they totally conform to the anti-white measurement of morality. And then a bunch of them are also anti-whites. Even though we know that, when anti-whites see that, they get real nervous and they get real hateful. They don't like white people getting together for any reason and being happy. White people can only get together and get on their knees to apologize, to feel white guilt, to promise, obeisance and largesse and etc. for eternity to anti-whites. So they see this guy and they see a bunch of white people show up and they say, oh, the only reason it's doing good at all, the only reason why his song has become so popular and so rapidly, it was like 4 million on that original video on one channel and growing, something like that. This one good old boy out in the back of the woods with his resonator guitar. They come down from as big as Trump all the way down to this guy because white people are hearing it and they're saying, that's us. That's us he's talking about. People like me and you. Well, what is the me in that? So it's very easy for white people to hear this song and see our suffering in it, somebody giving voice to it. And this is what I tweeted about, the power of this. And I'm really surprised that the tweet, I'm not really surprised that the tweet didn't go further, because I'm censored everywhere. I'm censored on Twitter. I am censored 99% on YouTube. We would talk about that. So, but I made this tweet that this point, let's see, where is it? Here we go. So I made this tweet the other day. The massive response to Oliver Anthony and his rich men north of Richmond is much more than musical interest in his hit. The response reveals a Leviathan and swelling force in the white population of the Western world. White America, indeed the entire population of Western kind around the globe, have had enough of being victimized for being white. The response to Oliver's song is a solitary growl of a growing fury. Westmen need only the tools of the Go Free method to circumvent the psychological warfare used against them, the tools to rouse the implacable giant. And then I finish with, may God bless the storm that's coming. That is the takeaway from Redbeard. Not his music, no matter how much you've thought, like Yiz said, she felt it touch her in the soul. A lot of people did. I immediately resonated. I was feeling the same thing. I was like, this is us. This is our people. This is our suffering. No matter how good the song was, that's minuscule. No matter as good as singing or the verbiage or whatever, it's all minuscule to what it revealed. And that is that there is a white population out there that if they had been presented with the concepts that we empower them with, they would already be armed and moving forward with putting an end to the victimization of Western kind all over the West. But what are their options? Their fury, and we can see in our once great country of South Africa and Rhodesia, their growing anger about victimization is undermined by the options out there for resistance. Ignoring that we're being attacked on the basis of race, focusing endlessly negatively on other races of man, which forces us in both of these cases, by the way, and this is the most important thing, and I won't tell you how I know. The psychological warfare operators at the very top of anti-whiteism, they will be fine with any ideology, vehicle, or approach that keeps the resistance composed of selfish individuals. They will be fine. It doesn't matter what it looks like. They will be fine with any of it as long as it keeps the resistance composed of selfish individuals. And when you see, like what happened down in Montgomery, Alabama, when you see a bunch of white people, and here in particular, obviously the ones that didn't initiate the fight down there, but the others, when you see them being jumped on and beat on, the selfish, individualistic thing to do immediately is to think about the attackers and to badmouth the attackers. And if you want to know whether I'm right or not, just put your mother out in the midst of that. And you're standing somewhere where you see your mother being beaten. Where, if you loved her, pick a family member you love. Where are your thoughts? Those are thoughts of love and community. Those are thoughts of love and family. You're not going to think one moment about the aggressors except to stop the victimization. That's all that matters. How else are we right now being attacked and suffering the anti-white terrorism? FlashMobs. Right now, we've had this going on for some time, and it just continues across the West, and it just continues getting worse. And you're going to see before we wrap up today that I'm showing you all these different levels. You have the very personal level of Donald Trump's attack at a stratospheric personality, the very personal attack on Redbeard at an unknown person who suddenly has the eye of Sauron on him. And now you have this communal, societal, anti-white terrorism that affects everyone in these mobs, these anti-white terror mobs. Let's see if I can put this on the screen, because this might have, and I'm going to ask you all what you're thinking, and I'm going to check for any financial gifts. And so let me go ahead and pull him down. Make sure that, here we go. All right. California, Nordstrom ransacked in huge flash mob, smash and grab, $100,000 in goods taken, say the police. Is this just a financial crime? Is this just, and well, Nordstrom's insurance will pay for it, so no big deal. Is this just about money? Is this just about, you would be totally wrong if that's what you conclude. This is another example of strategic, organized, anti-white terror troops inflicting injury and terrorism on Western kind and Western civilization. This affects every single one of us. And to view this as looting or rioting or whatever, every invading army steals. Every invading army loots. Every invading army rapes. Why do you allow the anti-whites to control your vision and your tongue and your brain? These are anti-white terror troops committing acts of terrorism. JK160 says Matt Walsh had an interesting leaked audio come out where he says you can't separate race from culture. Well, I saw actually a little bit of that. And what do we teach here? And I noticed, unless there's more to it that I didn't hear, I noticed that he did not have a way to articulate how race comes from culture. I mean, culture comes from race. I noticed he was just like, well, that's what we see. That is what we see. But why? If he had biospirit, and if he had the ability to share, if somebody was confused by that, the word instinct, and be able to talk about, as I do here, that the more complex the animal, the more complex that instinct, that expression of its being, of its existence, a projection onto its environment. Squirrels store nuts. Ants store food for the, they dig tunnels. Bees make bees nests. These are expressions of instinct. The more complex the animal, the more complex the expression. And in the aggregate, we call that culture. That's why everywhere white people went, they created the same Western culture. Yes, various hues of it, but the same thing. The same Asian people, everywhere they go, Asian culture. And none are better than any other. There's no cosmic measuring stick. Although we can say that a lot more non-white people like to come to Western culture than white people like to go to the different non-white cultures around the world. But that is what he didn't have. Could you imagine if he had been empowered with the concepts we use here? And do you see how easily this can work versus the other methods where he has to be intimidated, or he has to be by some greater force, greater party, or he has to be an acolyte of some marching movement? None of that's going to happen. None of it's going to happen. None of us here could have predicted that he would have had that conversation. If we real time back into the past, none of us could say Matt Walsh is going to be in a conversation at this location at this time, and he's going to be confronted with this. And then by some means, maybe, I don't know, Nazi LARPing flyers or something, attempt to communicate him or control that moment. You can't do that. You don't know. That's why if people have the concepts, if they come in contact and by way of the curative contagious nature of them, they have those concepts with them, then at that moment in space and time, wherever it is, we never even know about it, he has that conversation and wins. And then the leaked audio, if it ends up, it's recorded and it's leaked, then it reaches how many more? Do you see the power of this? All right. Let me see here. And we're going to be talking about these anti-white terror attacks. This one at a Nordstrom. We have one financial gift that I'm gonna address a little bit later, and but right now we have Yiz the Unifier coming in here with a $5 financial gift, and with those $5 from this glorious lady, she says, "Thank you for mentioning my video. I think you'll like it. All that I saw of it so far was magnificent. You are one of our greatest advocates for white well-being. God bless you for your service to our people." And hey, folks, if you are hanging out right now with me, you like what you're hearing, now might be the time to grab the URL and to post it up on your media and chat groups or whatever it might be and say, hey, this is interesting. I find this interesting. Why don't you come check it out as well and see if we can get some more people to come in here and have a listen to something that's revolutionary, something that is genuinely changing the lives of our brothers and sisters out there, of good non-white people who stand by us against anti-whiteism. Looks like Entropy is blank, but if you financially gifted on Entropy, let me know in one of the live chats. Make sure you tag me as No White Guilt. I see a bunch of wonderful stickers over there on D Live. Hello to everybody. Chef and Ragnar. Hello, hello. And over here on Odyssey. Hello to anybody that is there. We didn't miss anybody, so that's good. So we'll come back to this now. Let me take a look at the live chat. I see White Calling is here. I see Robert is here. Great to see you both. Sock is here. Says it's a beautiful night in Nashville, Tennessee. Bitterfly, hello and welcome. Eric is here. We have Sock says, I understand where you're coming from. And he says, I'm beginning to understand using different language. Good, man. That's awesome. Part of the problem, and thank you for that, part of the problem that I've faced over the years when it comes to people and teaching about new concepts, the concepts that we share, is that so many people end up thinking that they could just make up some word, and that's essentially what Jason is doing. That's essentially what Team White Wellbeing is doing, and then go out and try to seed that to the world with the little reach that they have. No, those are not the same thing at all. And it reminds me of authors face something similar to this. If you've ever actually tried to write a book, you discover how difficult it is to write it. I mean, I guess somebody could write a lousy one, but to write a good book, a readable book, is it's an art and it's a science, and you're kind of juggling these things. And the biggest books are poured over by dozens of people to fix all of the problems that are in that cause them to be less than they need to be to achieve these objectives for good literature, good novel, good read, good education, etc. But because everybody can write. Well, maybe there are fewer today who can write, but because so many people can write today, they write emails, they write texts. They think that that's all there is to authoring a book. And so you end up with this this attitude that you've really done nothing but given a bunch of your time to it. And that's all it really is. That's all writing is. And then everybody, they say, oh, well, that was quite a commitment of time that you did. No, are you serious? I mean, there's a science here. There's an art here. How is it you only appreciate the time that I had to set aside? And then they'll say to you as well, one of these days I'm going to write a book, as though it's like flipping a light switch, because they can write, because they can text, because they can send an email, because they can write a quarterly report. You have the same problem when it comes to convincing people that the concepts, these magical spells that we use, we submit to the scientific method after using very high IQ to process them and see if they're even worth trying in the field. And then we have these beautiful magic spells that have a number of goals for each concept, a number of criteria that they have to satisfy, and they achieve wonderful things as a consequence. But then outsiders, they look at it and they're like, well, why can't I just make up, splugelflassy? And splugelflassy means, whatever. And I'm going to spread. That won't work. No shit, that won't work. Folks, stop thinking that because there are concepts here, that because words, that you could just make something up and start using it and it's going to have the same outcome. It's completely different. So thank you very much, Sock, for saying that you're starting to really come to grips with how it works, why it works. Janice Ridgway says they are going to reward some of the participants of the Chicago's gatherings, that's what they're calling them, with city and government jobs. Are you serious? What do you know of a news source that's in that I could pull up? Not a surprise at all. The city is governed by anti-whites. So you have anti-white shock terror troops in the streets, and you have anti-whites in the seats. And naturally, they're going to reward them with jobs. Of course. It makes perfect sense. So let's go ahead and take a look. Let me just quickly jump back up here. Make sure I didn't miss any of you. We have such smart people on Team White Wellbeing and in the community in general, and in the audiences of our gatherings, because let's just be frank. You're not going to stick around here if you just want doom documenting, doom dissecting, or doom divinating. You're not gonna want to stay here if you just want to blame another entire race of people, all of their innocent members as well, for your ineptitude and shortcomings. Shortcomings. You're not gonna want to stay here. You're like, whoa, I got to do something. I can't just say this sucks and all these other people are jerks. The Shade Master says, on this subject, it was hilarious watching them go after Jason Aldean's song, but I've apparently never heard of Willie Nelson's Beer for My Horses. Literally the same song. Really? Well, if it is literally or nearly the same song, that tells you about the incremental march of anti-whiteism. Because back then, I guess Willie Nelson was anti-white enough in whatever ways, and on his side and on the anti-white side, whatever means that they had at their disposal to go after him weren't sufficient, or there were other things going on. Really does speak to the march of anti-whiteism. When you say not anti-white enough, the enough part really hits. Punished for not self-hating enough. Wow, writes Kinfolk. Thank you for saying that, that it's hitting you really hard. That is exactly how it's supposed to work. Not anti-white enough. And that's why conservatives end up in so much trouble. They think that they're going to own the anti-white moral imperative metric stick, its yardstick, and that they're going to agree or even be even more anti-white, according to that yardstick, than most anti-whites. But they're going to disagree a little bit. You disagree a little bit, and you're not anti-white enough. And that's how they're always in trouble. That's why it never works. Machiavelli Sucks is here. Shade Master says, can't recall any anti-whiteism in his sacrament meetings. Well, lucky. Fantastic. But make sure that you are not missing things. Gotta, as you go back and watch like some of your old media that you used to imbibe, and after you've been with us and studying the Go Free method for a while, you'll be floored at how much anti-whiteism is there that you didn't see before. Johan, is it just Johan? Hello and welcome. Gamer Gal, hello sister, welcome. Elaine says, I thought being gay was supposed to be fabulous, Jason. Suddenly it's an insult again when it aligns with the anti-white narrative. Precisely. And make sure you check out Yi's passion on that video. It's fantastic. That's the energy. That's the righteousness that comes from saying, by focusing on our victimization and saying, enough. John Anthony says about the Leeds thing, says, yeah, that angered me, pissed me off to see that cop chick. Yeah. And we could be realistic about that too. How does she even have a job? I didn't see the video, but I can guarantee you that a man could easily whoop her ass. And that's not what I want to come try to save me. I want big guys to come to save me. That's what I want. I don't want some girl to show up who's going to get her ass beat. It's like when it comes to firefighters. If my house is on fire and I'm unconscious, I want a guy that's built like Hercules to pick me up like a rag doll and run from the building. I don't want a woman that tries to drag me for a little bit and then has to radio for a guy to come or another girl to come. No. I can't pick him up. I guess I'll have to die. Great. Gamer Gal asks, what's the lexicon? Why, thank you for asking. It is very simply concepts that we use, like anti-white, anti-whiteism, that we use in our thinking to understand the world, to describe the world, to discuss events, to discuss our persecution with our friends, family, and strangers. And there aren't even, you can learn all of them and become like a master sorceress, or you can learn a few and still do a great deal of good. You can just learn the 5 key concepts and do a great deal of good. If, who knows, some small percentage, but if there was a percentage of the white population that were all using the 5 key concepts, it would be done for the anti-whites. It would be over in every country that happened in. Over. Guaranteed. There's nothing that can stop the power of the white race, of Western kind, unleashed. And we are, as I describe in my book, we are like the eagle that has had its wings fettered its entire life. And it just trods along the ground like all the other flightless birds, never realizing, feeling a yearning, but never realizing that it can soar among the clouds. That's why we have to treat ourselves for the anti-white concepts that we refer to as meme pathogens. Treat ourselves for those infections so that we can begin to access those talents. And everybody that does it, there's no like weird magical thing. There's no weird, nothing weird at all that you have to do, or no mystery, nothing arcane there. I just said it. That's exactly how it works. Very simple, very straightforward, just like working out. It's as straightforward as working out. You put in the time, you get the results. You put in the time doing the right thing, you get the results. And that same thing happens with white well-being. All right, let's get into this story here. Victorian time traveler says he's listening right now, going free. He is with no white guilt with his mom right now. He is sitting with mom and having no white guilt. Going free with his mother. You got to love that. Hello, mother, a Victorian time traveler. He's a wonderful son. I can tell you that. He's a good guy. We think a lot about him. He's done amazing things. LG is here. Hello, sister. Great to see you. Private Life is here. All right, let me... Yiz says, quality writing is hard to find. It took me a month, she writes, of free time to finish a single article. A book would take me years. That's honesty right there. And of course, you're going to get that from Yiz. The great Brad C is here. Great to see you, brother. And so is Ardent White. Hello, sister. LG says, good stream tonight. Thank you. Well, we're connecting the dots. We're connecting the dots. Time Traveler says that she says hello. That's great. Hello back. We're connecting the dots and how these different things affect us. So how are you affected by them going after Donald Trump? Well, you should be able to list a great many ways. I mean, it's a great many ways that you are harmed, that there is a crosshairs on you, and that your life is made less, your future is made more perilous, your present is made more perilous, the lives of your children, grandchildren, nieces and nephews, brothers and sisters, mothers and fathers, all made more perilous as a consequence of what anti-whites are doing to Donald Trump. I don't have time tonight to go over all of them. How about what's happening to Redbeard, Oliver Anthony? How are you targeted there as well? Well, there are a great many ways that you are targeted there, harmed there, that your life is made more perilous and more challenging to live. If nothing else, how does a person live from day to day with this haunting reality that they could be socially lynched in every and any encounter? Well, I submit to you that there is probably nary a white person that has decided they're never going outside again, that those sorts of the ostracisms, attacks, social lynching hasn't played a big role in those decisions to self-segregate, to not shine their light onto the world. And now we're asking, how does this harm you? These anti-white terror attacks at stores, you should be able to list a great many ways of how it's harmful to you, how it's harmful to our people, how it's harmful to our civilization. Again, the big difference, the people battling it out for your soul, the cuckservatives, the J-Spurgs, and white well-being. What are the J-Spurgs going to say? Well, it's all the fault of the Jews and the blacks. Okay. J-Spurgs, like you've been doing that for generations, and everything has just gotten worse and worse and worse. And what are the cucks are going to say? Well, this is going to affect these institutions economically. And that's as far as they're going to go. More, and then they'll say more should be done for these black youth. Or they'll just say youth, following the lead of the anti-whites in media. They're not all these sort of anti-white raids, terrorism on stores is not only blacks. I've seen it, even Asians, as well as Hispanics. That's just what I've seen. Not saying that nobody else has ever done it. Ear is against the door. I tell you what, YouTube won't tell anybody I'm streaming or that I'm, 0.01% of people that I'm streaming or I made a video, but they sure as shit will shut everything down. California Nordstrom ransacked in a huge anti-white terror attack. It cost up to $100,000 in goods taken. Police to search for those responsible, prevent such incidents from happening in the future. LA mayor, sure. Los Angeles Nordstrom store was ransacked by an anti-white terror mob. And here I'm translating. This is one of the exercises that you do when you're going free. You translate the titles, the articles into our story. Was ransacked by an anti-white terrorist gang of more than 30 people on Saturday, with the suspects getting away with nearly $100,000 worth of handbags and clothes. By the way, if you search for this as I did, there are a bunch of the articles about it happening everywhere, and those are only the ones that are being written about. Think about that. Los Angeles Police Department said an anti-white terror troop of criminals stole items and terrorists stole items from the store at about 4 p.m. on Saturday. If you haven't seen the video, it'll be easy to find. You can do it when we're done here. It's not nearly as handsome as I am, so you might want to just stick around until we're done. But, and of course, they're just going, it's just terrorism. That's all it is. At 4 p.m. on Saturday, so right in the middle of the day, video captured from inside the store shows the group, now it's 30 to 50, wearing sweatshirts with hoods over their heads. The suspects are seen inside the department store as they rush to the front entrance with bags in hand, scooping up whatever merchandise they can while tripping on racks to which some items were still attached. So here you can see, maybe I'll play a moment of that. The anti-white remedy for this was to raise the dollar amount that a person had to be stealing before police would get involved. Do you remember? These things were even more prevalent before they started doing that. Letting people just come in and steal a bunch of things and walk out. As long as it doesn't reach like a certain dollar amount, they don't do anything. And the prosecutors aren't going to do anything anyhow because they're like Fannie Mills. Let's see what this shows. All right. Wow, the store's trashed. Okay, so when those people run in there, is that merely an economic decision for them?
All right, we bring
looks
back
like this
our
changed them. Is that merely an economic decision for them?
Hey, Los Angeles.
No. They violently believe that Western civilization owes them until the end of their lives. They will slit your throat to get to what they believe they are owed. And conservatives, you're not going to be able to talk them out of it. You're not going to be able to worship MLK enough. You're not going to be able to cite him enough. They live in the anti-white narrative. Get this through your thick or empty conservative heads. You are not going to say enough times that Rosa Parks is the greatest person that ever lived, or that MLK is the greatest. You're not going to make an MLK statue big enough. You're not going to be able to rename enough streets for black people. Anti-whites are in an artificial narrative that takes pieces of reality and rewrites them, or if they comport, adds them, or rejects them to fit a narrative arc, which begins with the original sin of the white race, being born white, and that everyone else non-white people and white people of victim groups, privileged groups, have been put upon and wronged and for 10 zillion years. And no amount of logic applies. So stop trying to do that as well. Stop trying to say, trying to cure this with a standalone argument of you weren't a slave and I wasn't a slave owner and I didn't exploit anybody. I haven't held mestizo people back and stop it. It doesn't matter. You are the avatar for Western kind. You are the avatar for that perfect evil in the anti-white narrative. So you cannot remain in their narrative and argue them out of destroying your civilization and fleecing and raping and murdering you and ridding you from your civilization. Oh yeah, we're going to go there right after this. Just a hot minute. Because there was another one of my tweets. And then we're going to finish story-wise on the most compelling victimization of white children at school. Hardcore. So you cannot go to anti-whites and logic or reason them out of vengeance, bloodlust, retribution, entitlement. There's no amount of arguments because it's a story in which they wield the pen. You can't, as a character in their story, take the pen from them. You can only get out of their story. And that's what we do here. That's what using our concepts does. When they do this, this is the destruction of Western civilization. It's not just because they are poor or idle, or it's not because they're black. It is the desire and bloodlust to destroy Western civilization in the hearts of anti-whites. And those with a high enough IQ and a pure heart, and they don't want to be selfish individuals, are going to see the power and the difference there. You can talk about the economic consequences, and they are pretty readily apparent. If Nordstrom is being hit up for massive theft, they'll have to raise their prices to stay in business because it'll be a matter of paying for the loss and paying for the increase in insurance, paying their help. The quality of their help will decrease because fewer and fewer people will want to work in an environment that is this random and hostile and violent. You never know from one minute to the next what could happen to you. I mean, some, 6 foot tall, 220 pound anti-white storming through there, barrels you over, you break your neck, break your back, break your hip. Then they trample you as they're dragging their things away. And that's an unintended. And if you're white, it would probably be intended. So we can actually go on and on about the economics of it, but I think you see that. The destruction of the norms of the West. Where do our mores come from? Where do our expectations of behavior come from? They are not dropped off to us by little fairies. Just buzz through the air. It's the mores fairy. They come from us. That's why those things are under attack. So the expectation that you don't steal, that you don't destroy stores, that you don't, all of that is being destroyed, being white erased. And what are the ramifications of that? Where else might that be visited upon you and your life or the ones you care about in the world? It's not just going to be at Nordstrom's. I hope you realize that. It's going to be everywhere. How does it impact you and the people you care about when there is a population that with bloodlust believe that the white race, Western civilization, owes them to the end of time? So much so that they hire them, as we're learning, to the government after they are an anti-white terrorist out in the streets. Do you think that Nordstrom is the only Western perceived entity that they feel entitled to? Oh no, they feel entitled to you. They feel entitled to your things. They feel entitled to all that you have worked for. They feel entitled to your daughters and your sons. Do you see how this affects every aspect of our lives? Not just some sort of economic damage done to Nordstrom that the conservatives will tell you about. And don't you know, golly, Beaver, that if they keep looting there, then if they keep stealing from them, then Nordstrom's will just move away. And I guess they won't have a Nordstrom's. They'll come to the Nordstrom called your home address. The same attitude that motivates them to feel entitled to everything at Nordstrom is the same one that leads anti-whites in South Africa to bum rush our people, us, on our farms, and ritualistically rape, torture, and murder us. This is ubiquitous. It means it's everywhere, omnipresent. And you're seeing the expression of it, this thought process, the natural consequence of anti-white thinking, the natural consequence of anti-white ideology. You're seeing it manifest here as the third case that we're looking at today. But it also manifests at the government level. And so let's have a look. And I tell you, the conservatives out there would say that something like this would never happen. It would never. And if it did happen, the head of the sewing circle would say, if it did happen, then good people, God-fearing people would show up and would stop it. Except no, that's not how it works, Aunt B. You need to shut your fat ass mouth up. Stop trying to tell men what to do, how to think, what to think about things. So let's have a look. Good people will just show up. They'll just come out of the woodwork. How many of you have heard that from females of both sexes in their lives? No, nothing like that could ever happen. Or how about the worst, the conservative thing is, well, just vote for the politician that says he or she will put an end to it. And now I guess they'll have to add it, and probably conservatives will happily. I mean, did you see what Alex Jones did? Maybe we'll pull that up too. Did you all see Alex Jones fawning over Blair White? Saying, using Blair White in a bikini on his, as his wallpaper on his phone, he showed the cameras, saying that his genetics registered him as a beautiful woman. Not surprisingly, the Alex Jones fans that have attacked me over the years for not worshiping Alex Jones are not showing up and apologizing. Yeah, as long as you're transsexual, your transformer is conservative, well, then that's all you need. That's the next conservative position. So absolutely disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. Let me go ahead and pull that up. Not the Alex Jones thing just yet. This it? That don't look like it's it. That does. All right. There we go. So I wrote this. Leftist, commie, anti-white, black, state representative celebrates reducing the white population in his district and calls for the same outcome across the country, saying that there are 13,000 anti-white black elected officials, and it's time that they get radical. This is out there. I go on to say, folks, being afraid to identify this ideology as anti-whiteism and these people as anti-white is cowardice. Every time you say, quote, this isn't about race, while attacked on the basis of race, you magnify their power. Get some balls before it's too late. So there was one guy on this Twitter thread that totally didn't get it. And he said, I thought Jason said not to mention the race of the other people. He missed the point. Here I use the identifiers leftist and commie and black. And I come down here and I say, identify them, the ideology as anti-whiteism and the people as anti-white. So I kind of missed that one. Let's listen to what this anti-white terrorist had to say. And this is a elected representative in New York, the government of the state of New York. And listen to the applause and laughter and joy, the absolute felicity they feel at white erasing an entire district so that there are no white people there anymore. And that's what he's calling for. That's what all anti-whites are calling for across the West.
I have the distinct honor to be able to come before you and say I actually lost white population in my community. I lost them. They left. They left.
Now, real quick, why did they leave? Because the area is so anti-white. Because government doesn't represent white people. It's at the expense of white people. It targets and harms white people. So the white people left. You know, if obviously you can go to all the cucktards out there and point out that if this were done by a white guy for his district, in whatever other state, got all the non-white people left. Don't know why. Everybody's laughing. There is never going to come a day when Andy Griffith is going to show up and say, well, you've gone too far now. Unarmed, of course. You've gone too far. And then this guy's going to say, oh, shucks. You know, that's right, Andy. I just got carried away. Maybe I'll stop being so anti-white and the white people will come back to my district. That's not how it works. You need to use our concepts to identify him and the people in that room as anti-white demons, running all the white people out of his district was joyous.
I didn't ask them why. They left.
He didn't ask them why because he doesn't care. Because he hates them.
So if you see 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 whites in my neighborhood, they're passing through. But that's on a serious note. We got 13,000 black elected officials in this country. We've had mayors, we've had governors, we have city council members. We need to get radical.
That's it. We need to get radical. We need to do like he has done in his district. 13,000 anti-whites, specifically he's saying black ones, and all throughout government. What's it going to be like when it's 26,000? What's it going to be like when, we're seeing very, very soon. Let's talk about percentages and specifically anti-whites, because that's the problem. What's it like when government and law enforcement, the leadership of all these different in the military are 40%, 50%, 60%, 75% anti-white? What are the outcomes for white people going to be? Who will you have recourse to when you're being so persecuted in an area that you have to flee? And what about the white people who don't have the money to flee or a place to go? What about them? Well, if we continue like the conservatives being selfish individuals and the J-Spurgers being selfish individuals, you don't care about them. You're just going to move away. So we've talked about it affecting the most powerful. We've talked about it affecting a single guy in a little town with no money. We've talked about it affecting the actual tapestry of society. You might go to a store where they decide that in their anti-white bloodlust, that everything in there, including everything that's yours, they are deserved. And now we've gone to the government of the country, specifically the government of New York State, where they are celebrating and laughing and snapping their fingers to the white erasure of an entire district. A district, I'll point out, that was created by white people, in a state created by white people, in a country created by white people, just like we see everywhere else in the Western world where anti-whiteism takes hold and white people don't learn how to fight back with love, with hope, redemption, with a intransigent demand that there will be no more victimizing of white people or there will be trouble. The end has come to the victimizing of white people. And this, to be sure, is to the benefit of everybody of all backgrounds who live in the West. Because the West, it won't be the West anymore. It's rapidly becoming something very different. It's not going to be a place that non-white people from around the globe want to come to anymore. When the white people no longer have whatever percentage of influence over that culture and governance and law and order and justice, at some point it will no longer be appealing because it'll be too violent. It'll be too economically and sexually predatory, just like South Africa and Rhodesia became. Just like so many of the cities, just like this guy's district. Let's hit up this school district and I'll take a look before I read it what y'all are saying. Let's see, where is that? Here we go. And if you all have anything that you want me to specifically talk about or speak to, make sure that you tag me as No White Guilt, and I will speak to it. I mean, this was such a day for really getting to see the how real and imminent the anti-white threat is. I've said for a long time, America, for example, is not going to its fits and starts of violence against increasing severity against white people. It's going to be much bigger than what's happening to us in South Africa and Rhodesia. They're going to use the powers of the state here, a much more fanatical, without an oppositional pressure to not just wipe everybody out that they can get their hands on. So I'll put that up in story just up in a moment. Okay, I'm just checking out entropy. And just want to make sure on the back end that I'm not missing anybody. Let's go here. Ah, there you go. Okay, we haven't missed anybody. Good. Over on the D Live, we didn't miss anybody, and over on Odyssey, Also, no. But hello to everybody who's on those platforms. All right. Doing all right. Promethean Healing. Wonderful, brother, to see you, champ. A friend of mine on Facebook sent me this and asked me if this is something you would want to talk about. Did you send it to me over on Facebook? Or did you say above here? Walker Humphrey is here. Great to see you. Baron White. That man of men, growing in power by the day. Great to see you, brother. Let me scroll. Shade Master. In South Africa, they raided an entire mall except the bookstores. Well, that's not obviously something that they didn't want. All they need to do, though, quite honestly, is they should have gone ahead and hit those up too. They could start a YouTube channel, put a bunch of those behind them. They could spout the most asinine and uneducated nonsense, and white people would absolutely lap it up. If they were anti-white, you'd have a bunch of white anti-whites lapping it up. If they decided to say some conservative things, you'd have even more white conservatives showing up. He's so smart. Look at all the books. He's such a reader. Imaginary man, woman is less likely to get censored. Oh, the imaginary. Yes, I see what you're saying. Imaginary man, imaginary woman. For the anti-whites, it fits what they're saying is happening perfectly, because it is imaginary means to see in the mind. So they say these people see themselves as different than their body. So that's imaginary. That's what it means. I can't help the connotation. Mestizo Carf is here. Great to see you, brother. He says, David Knight warned us about Blair White, and he no longer works for InfoWars. Tag me again. What did he say about Blair White? Jay Bishop saying just the phrase "no white guilt's" a revolutionary thing to say. It 100% is. It's the most revolutionary thing that a person can say in the modern West. Promethean Healing. I won't be able to read that right now, but I'll take a look at it and then maybe have it for the next roll-in if it's this week, or certainly a Sunday show. Thank you for sending me that. Definitely will check it out. Also, Jay Bishop, there was a quote flash mob at Target that slurred the white employer for telling them to stop and calling the police. Wow. Of course. Like, how dare he? That's the mindset. The great Brad C saying, good to see you, brother. All right. Oh, wow, ladies and gentlemen. You mention his name. It's like the reverse of, what was the bad guy name in Harry Potter? Voldemort. And nobody wanted to mention his name. Well, we have the reverse. You mention no white guilt clips intentionally, and then he appears. He's magic. He just showed up, and with a financial gift of 50 white well-being dollars. Let's get it out, folks. Let's get out the raucous emojis. I just also added, by the way, I think all of his YouTube shorts to my YouTube short playlist, and like more than doubled. God bless this man. for his diligent, his tenacious, his inventive, his creative work that he does for white well-being. He gives all of himself for this, for our people, for white well-being. That is the real mark of the modern day man of the West. God bless you, man. 50 white well-being dollars. Thank y'all. Yeah, Lane, right there. All the swashbuckling flags. Is that Natka? Natalia? Thank you, LG, as well. Well, Fornol said he's whipping out his raucous emojis. 07s, 007s, you know he deserves crowns. If you can find them in the emoji list, he's no white gill clips. God bless you, man. I had the total honor of being able to meet this guy at a Yiz get-together, and really looking forward to meeting him in person again. He's a great inspiration for all of us. We love him. No white guilt clips. JK160 is here. Great to see you, brother. Athlonite is here. Thank you for saluting the clips. The clippinator. Buck? That's funny. That's a funny name, Buck. Thank you for celebrating. No white guilt clips. Golden Honeybee is here. Great to see you. Oh my God, Fornol broke out. What is that, like a prosthetic leg? What is that? Do they really have that as an emoji? Is it just, it's blurry. I don't know what it is. It's probably nowhere close to a prosthetic leg. It's a prosthetic leg. Those legs go on forever, says Promethean Healing. Roger is here. Hello, Roger. That's hilarious. The prosthetic leg. Broken Marbles is here. Hello. Says read, I guess you read one of the much earlier versions of Go Free on 4chan. That's what I was told was there. Oh God, Sock said he saw a guy with a prosthetic leg and he was wearing Jordans. Okay. Lady Anglo, thank you for celebrating. Mestizo Carf is back now. He says it was years ago, around the time when Blair was being interviewed by Infowars for the first time. I remember David scolding PJW and Alex for bringing on Blair. Well, good for him to stand up against that. What in the absolute hell? What has happened? Or has he always been like this? And I guess wasn't there a time when the camera saw his phone and he had transgender porn on it or something like that? On one of his tabs or something? Jones. I mean, people are sick. For fuck's sake. Everybody is just, my God. And everything he says, they come out of the woodwork. And then people want to kiss up to him because he's got a lot of audience. I won't do that. I'm sorry. I have like integrity. I'm not going to do that. That's disgusting. And his which is not to say that if he asked me to come on, I wouldn't. I would go on, depending on the circumstance. But if that came up, I would tell him how revolting it is. His genetics are registering Blair as a attractive woman. Well, then you better go get a tune-up, my friend. You had some sires that were of low. Were they relatives? Were they a little too close on that family tree? Jonesy baby, were they a little too close? Because if that's what you're registering, then there's some misfiring. Fizz Crank is here. says he's been subscribed and watching for about 3 months. Oh, awesome, brother. Thank you. And would finally like to say hello. Well, a big hello to you. The community welcomes you. Thank you very much for speaking up, saying hello. We're a friendly bunch. Don't ever be afraid to ask a question or make a statement. Tag me as No White Guilt if you have any that you would like to share. But otherwise, thank you so much. No pressure, though. You don't have to comment. David Knight said something about how we shouldn't normalize men pretending to be women, close quote. Well, he kind of has a point. And then Mestizo Carf also says that Worski cut ties with Blair White. My God, yeah. And you know there were conservatives that would have told you, and the same ones, like 10 years ago, conservatives said, that will never happen. Nobody will tolerate that. And then that same person 10 years later will be saying, well, as long as he shares our abstractions, as long as she shares our abstractions, then it's fine. Because it's our ideas that matter, not the organism that produces those ideas. Okay. How do you get through a day? How do you learn how to use a remote control for your television? Jesus. The organism that produces the ideas is irrelevant. Oh, except that it's totally not, B. Totally not irrelevant. In fact, it's all consuming. Stop talking, Aunt B. Okay, so let's take a look at this school, because now we're going to round out our little tour of anti-whiteism across the West at an elementary school, because these are the white children of the future, and these are how damaged these individuals are going to be. All right. Let's see if that will fix it. So I can show you. Maybe not. We'll just go down the list, see what comes up. No. I might just have to read it if it's not going to show up for y'all. Every now and again, this software decides it's just going to have a little bathroom visit and not going to work. Every now and again, that's what it does. And it's like, the thing you want to look at? No, I'm not going to show that to you. Yeah, I mean, it's like not appearing. Maybe if I do this. All right. Actually, believe it or not, that worked. We can figure anything out. School district blames rogue principal for anti-white discrimination. We like that. We don't like, Tyler Durden. We don't like that you put a hyphen in there. Don't do that. School district blames rogue principal for anti-white discrimination, but documents suggest it was the official policy. So essentially what you're going to find out here is there was rampant discrimination and persecution of white children in this elementary school, and for the county, for the entire county in Wisconsin of all places. Yeah. And they tried to say, oh no, it was just the principal that was doing this. But the lawyer who is representing the family and suing and everything has found documents to show that the principal was just administering and carrying out the will of the county. A Wisconsin elementary school has come under fire after tossing a rogue principal under the bus for directing teachers to prioritize meetings with students based on their race. Now, that's already, Tyler, this is the conservative route. Like, just vulgar, in your face, salient, bloody persecution, discrimination against white people. And conservatives are like, they're discriminating based on race. They wouldn't say that, and they don't say that when it's Jews or when it's blacks or when it's anybody else. They'll easily talk about the race being victimized. But when it's white, they want to make it into an abstraction because they're cowards. Dan Lennington, an attorney with the Conservative Wisconsin Institute for Law and Liberty, or WILL, says the school's leadership seems to have abided by district policies calling for educators to spend most of their time on targeted populations. What does that mean? It calls on the policy calls on the educators to discriminate against white students. We have to translate it for how it affects us, because they're not going to write it about in a way that reflects our injury by this. That's another thing when I worked on the Hill. I felt like grabbing these academic peacocks by their oh so delicate lapels and shouting into their faces. I raised my voice a couple of times, but shouting into their faces talk about our victimization. Stop being so scared or complicit with anti-whiteism, As part of a district policy by National Review, which calls for decentralizing whiteness in schools. Decentralizing whiteness. Again, whiteness, anti-white slur, we never use it. We don't produce whiteness. I don't produce whiteness. You don't produce whiteness. Whiteness is a concept created by anti-whites to destroy us. Decentralizing whiteness in schools and using the hiring process to create a staff that is free of blockers and resistors, close quote. That goes to what we said earlier. Free of people who are not anti-white enough. In their hiring, they're specific. They've been doing this, folks, for generations. Now they have so much power, they literally write it down. They've had to do it tacitly. That means it wasn't spoken for generations. They've been doing it that's how you got to this point where they could write it down. Actually saying, we want to have a staff where there are no teachers, educators, admin, etc., that aren't anti-white enough. And they call those people resistors and blockers. They're going to block anti-whiteism. They'll resist anti-white. They don't want anybody that's going to resist anti-whiteism. So what does that mean? That means that white people and good non-white people are either not going to get hired or they'll be fired, and they'll find reasons to get rid of them when they are blockers or resistors, when they are not anti-white enough, right? Lennington became involved in the case. So this is the adults. This is the teacher. This is a victimization. What does that victimization mean for those people? What does that mean for their ability to feed their families, create a family, live their life to its fullest, create community, give to charity, help people in need? What does it mean for all of that? Massive ramifications of anti-whiteism. Now, though, the real target are the white babies, the white little kids in the school. Lennington became involved in the case following a whistleblower complaint from an employee who attended a November 2020 staff development meeting at Lakeview Elementary. The whistleblower sent Lennington a screen grab of a portion of the meeting discussing the creation of a small instructional groups for students. According to the evidence, as part of the district's equity vision, you never use these concepts. These are anti-white concepts. And commitment to Black excellence. I'm doing the quotes because he did the quotes. The author did because Lennington told him, he showed him the documents, that these are the actual words that these anti-whites are using. And commitment to, so the district's equity vision and commitment to Black excellence. What do both of those mean for us? Discrimination against white people, discrimination against white children, persecution of white children, special treatment, preferential treatment, special privileges, freedom from responsibility for the group that we can collectively call non-whites, ipso facto discriminates, impoverishes, etc., the white children who don't get the special privileges, who don't get the extra attention, who don't get the freedom from responsibility. Teachers were encouraged to prioritize your African American students meeting with you first and more often. This is the exact same equity we hear about in healthcare. Equity in healthcare. What does that mean? That you will discriminate against the white patients. You will meet with them less often. Here in Wisconsin, discriminate against the white students. Never meet with them first, no matter what their needs are, and never meet with them often. I wonder who's paying the lion's share of taxes there. I wonder, total white erasure, total impoverishment, intellectually, spiritually, economically, of Western kind. And prioritize your English language learners, meeting with you second and more often. So who are the English language learners in America? Well, they're non-whites. We don't have a bunch of Estonians here, last time I checked. And when they come over, found them to be able to speak English pretty well. We don't have that. We have lots of non-whites. So in Wisconsin, the anti-whites are actually saying, first and foremost, the preferential treatment and special privileges go to blacks, which means not whites. Secondly, it goes to all of these other non-whites who don't speak English yet. You got to meet with both. You got to meet with all the different groups of non-whites first and most often. How much time is left for the white children? When called out, the district tossed the principal under the bus. After a drawn-out request for records and a legal battle, the district sent Will a letter stating that the screen grab was not district policy, but was rather a directive from the principal at Lakeview. The principal was advised of her misunderstanding. Of course, it's an anti-white female. The letter stated, according to Will, on Monday, Will announced that they had settled a public records lawsuit against the Madison district and that the district had agreed to a series of steps to improve its process for filing records requests. But as part of the legal fight, the district provided Lennington with additional documents about district policies, strategic plans for the district, and its utilization of racially segregated affinity groups. So, showing one hand, of course, not knowing what the other is doing, revealing the actual policy as they said, oh, that was not our policy. That's just the principle. They sent the record showing it's their policy. In a thread on X, formerly Twitter, Lennington wrote that after having reviewed the documents, there is much reason to doubt that Lakeview's plan to prioritize black students was a misunderstanding at all. So Lennington doesn't have this right either. The author doesn't have it right. Lennington doesn't have it right. They should be talking about the persecution, exploitation, discrimination against the white children. If this were happening, if the black students were being discriminated against, they would be talking about the discrimination against the black students. When they say publicly, as they have, oh, that one thing was just a misunderstanding, we do not prioritize students based on race, we think that's a lie, Lennington told the National Review. According to documents from November 2020 meeting, following the directive to prioritize meetings with black students and English language learners, the presentation pivoted to the district's K-5 literacy, kindergarten through 5th grade, biliteracy and Native American education and social studies strategic plan, which starts out by, can you imagine that's the name of the strategic plan? Which starts out by discussing a rally cry about a master narrative, whatever ideological script that is being imposed by the people in authority on everybody else. The master fiction history. So in other words, what they're saying there is all of Western civilization's history is fraudulent. Anything that white people say happened in the past or what they did, it's all fraudulent. The only history that is legitimate now is the anti-white interpretation of history. According to the document, the Madison School District acknowledged that. So imagine what these white kids are learning. Imagine what these white kids are feeling as they watch. They have needs. They have troubles at school. They want to learn. They have to learn, and they have to sit there as the non-white students cycle first and most often. Will they have time for little Jenny? Will the teacher have time for little Joey? You'll find out that the teachers are actually graded, their pay and everything, and whether or not they have a job, on how much they discriminate against white children. Let that sink in. And this is in Wisconsin. According to the document, Madison School District acknowledges that master narrative must decentralize whiteness. Remember, that's their anti-white slur concept, not ours. The document goes on to explain, and how does the concept whiteness work there? Well, they're able to say that they're not victimizing the white kids in the room, because whiteness is not just white people. It's prejudice, discrimination, etc. That's why we never use this concept, and we point out that it's an anti-white slur. Goes on to explain 80% of our time will be spent attending to our top 20% priority. 80% of the time of the teachers, which, it actually says this, which is students of color, the anti-white slur that excludes Western kind from humanity. 80% of their time will be dedicated to the non-white students on the basis of them not being white. Let me jump down because we're getting them close to 3 hours here. Any professional development documents indicate that Madison teachers are evaluated on whether they explicitly apply content goals to our targeted student populations. So, minders, observers will come and watch educators, the teachers, to make sure that they discriminate against white children 80% of their time. This is in writing. Remember, these kinds of things used to just be tacit. The anti-whites used to just do it. They wouldn't put it in writing because of the laws of the land, because there were still too many white people who just weren't that anti-white, and there weren't enough non-white people who were that anti-white. So they would do it tacitly for generations. But now they're at the point where they have this amount of power. So when they can't, you wonder, will white people leave this district like they did for this other guy in New York? Where will they go? Will the next district over be any different? Will the anti-whites at the state government not undermine a district that begins to just remove these educational requirements by not calling them what they really are? They want to come and they want to call it CRT or any of these other abstractionist terms and just talk about these things as big abstractions. Like they're going to come in and the cucks are going to come in and start complaining about how we need to be a colorblind society. That's not going to empower anybody beyond the empowerment of the anti-whites. I see that Wing of Production is here. I will answer your question in just a moment. I think what I want to do first is, let's see, let's pull this down. I think we're going to have another listen, at least a part of, oops. at least a part of Redbeard's song, Richmond North of Richmond. And then we'll come back. We'll see what you all are having to say. I'll answer that question, and I'll kind of tie the bow on this. And we'll take a look at our final financial gifts, and we'll roll out at that point. But just about 60 seconds or so, I'm going to drop our guy up on the screen, and we will be right back.
I've been selling my soul, working all day, overtime hours for bullshit pay, so I can sit out here and waste my life away, drag back home and drown my troubles away. It's a damn shame what the world's gotten to for people like me, people like you. Wish I could just wake up and it not be true, but it is. Oh, it is living in the new world with an whole soul. These rich men north of Richmond, Lord knows they all just wanna have total control. Wanna know what you think, wanna know what you do, and they don't think you know, but I know that you do. 'Cause your dollar ain't shit, and it's taxed to no end. 'Cause the rich men, north of Richmond. I wish politicians would look out for miners, and not just miners on an island somewhere. Lord, we got folks in the street, ain't got nothing to eat, and the obese milking welfare. Well, God, if you're 5'3" and you're 300 pounds, taxes ought not to pay for your bags of fudge rounds. Young men are putting themselves 6 feet in the ground, 'cause all this damn country does
Mic
is
on.
keep on
So it's
taking
coming
them
at that
down.
point, right at the 5'3", 300 pounds.
Lord, it's a damn shame what the world's
That's funny.
gotten to
All right.
for people like me.
That is Redbeard. We hope he will heed what we have to say, and we wish him the best of luck. So the question is whether or not you call yourself a white advocate. Best case scenario is to not have to have a title that they can aim at. If you're going to have a title, then if you're going to use a title, if somebody says, like, what are you doing? You can say, you're an advocate for white well-being. You're an advocate to put an end to the victimization of Western kind. Because what you give out there as an identifier is to a easier or more difficult degree going to be maligned by the anti-whites. You want it to be able to work for you, best case scenario. So if you say, like I've said, I'm an advocate for white well-being, it gets very challenging for anti-whites to slander you for your concern for the well-being of our people. Similarly, maybe even stronger, is to say that you're a white man and you are advocating for an end to the victimization of Western kind. A white advocate in the general population is going to be more likely than not interpreted as something like a pro-white advocate, a white nationalist, and now you're off to the races. So best case scenario, you don't have a title. You don't give yourself a title. You're a man of the West, and you advocate for an end to the victimization of white people. But where we need something so that they don't create a name of their own to demonize us with, an advocate for white well-being, they'll run with that and let them demonize that. Let them go out and say how awful it is to be an advocate for white well-being, because in their narrative, to their mind, in their narrative, that's going to be sufficient. But for the white population, it's going to work against the anti-whites. The white population is going to hear the reporter, going to hear the official saying that there's a problem with the well-being, with white people having well-being. and they're going to get. I gave an example of that in a literary sketch years ago about people at a swimming pool and a family, and so keep that in mind. Oh, Fernol said he was doing some guitar solos over top of. That's awesome, man. I bet that would be really cool. I know Fernol would think up some great material. Is that Renolf White Wolf? Oh, cool. Hello and welcome. Promethean greetings to Slots. He has arrived. And looky there. The young lady Rapunzel has shown up. Hello, Rapunzel. Freedom Advocate says, and it's already happening. Best Buy today and tomorrow, another corporation will be doing the same. Where will the end be, or where will it end? Well, make no mistake, Freedom Advocate, Best Buy was doing it before they put it in words. Absolutely. I mean, you can look back and find Best Buy before it was like in their actual policy. They're talking about increasing diversity. That means fewer white people, and then celebrating achieving those goals. So they were, and even before touting that and celebrating it, they were doing it. So this has been going on for generations. The anti-whiteism has been going on for generations. And where will it end? It ends when enough white people are using the concepts that we are empowering people with, so that in those employee offices, at that executive office at Best Buy, white people say, that's anti-white. You're not going to be, that's immoral. It's immoral to be anti-white. And then the anti-white on the other side has to make the argument that it's a good thing to victimize white people. Just trust me. Those are the discussions we want having. We want people having. Trust me. Trust me. The conservative arguments lose. The J-Spurging arguments lose. What I just articulated, we want that conversation happening in every boardroom, in every back office at Best Buy, and all these other companies everywhere. Don't burden yourself with, well, then what? Or there's some thought like that. I'm not saying you are. I'm saying generally. Don't burden yourself with well, then what? Just come back here. I'll tell you then. You don't have to try to imagine or arrive at an answer, contemplate, speculate, conjecture. What next? We just get people having those conversations, those debates, those arguments, and everything will begin to change. That's when it changes. If we don't get people doing that, then it won't change. It'll get worse and worse. Until, I was 11, 12, and 13 years of age when I said they're just going to vote your car out of your driveway and your house out from underneath your ass. And everybody said, no. My peers, of course, their children, they were like, nah. And the adults said, are you some kind of like Hitler? And it's happening in private entities. It's happening at the government. Look at this anti-white in New York, running them out of his district. All the white people left, and they're like, ha, that's hilarious. Yeah, let's get rid of them. What? Get rid of them? Yes. Now, what's going to happen? Again, I want to keep showing the difference so that you all can own it and then articulate it to others. A conservative watching that is going to say, oh, that's awful. Somebody's going to come along and fix that because it's just immoral. It's just wrong. We need to vote for better people, right? Is that going to happen? Is that going to work? No, it's never worked. The J-Spurgs are going to say, well, you know who's behind it. Has that worked? Has that ever worked? Has that ever done anything except ruin the lives? Ye's Law style? No, that's all it does. Ruin their lives. So we need to get people these concepts. Thanks for bringing that up. John is asking, where did I work? because anti-whites control the world by controlling Western civilization, and they ruin people's lives, as we're talking about today, how they go after people and they socially lynch them. They bring them before these anti-white tribunals at our workplaces and places of education. We don't share the really private things that we need, to survive, to pay for groceries. But if you're asking, like, generally what kind of work I've done in the past, then tag me as No White Guilt and ask again that way, and I will share it. So I wanted to, did you all, I want to show you this, because this is another way that we are victimized. Damn it. This was, okay, here we go. I can't show you. I'm pretty sure that they will, I can just show you. I can't play the audio. I can't play the video. This is a commercial that ran on the television, and it's just endless. The assault on white people, our identity and who we are, the characterizing us as limp, pathetic in every way, and inferior to non-white males it's everywhere. It's everywhere. So we're talking about the anti-whiteism that is the tapestry of our Western civilization. And so everybody sees this. And I just felt like, I saw this today, and I was just like, I'm going to look it up and show everybody. So you'll have to zoom in. I don't want to make it full screen. I want to dominate a larger percentage of the screen so that I can speak to it. What you're seeing there is a commercial for something that was something psychic, like California Psychic. And the commercial has this woman, this lithely built woman, svelte, and she's walking around with like this cloud on her head. And when it came on, I was like, what is this about? Like, I have the TV on, the news, and no volume whenever I'm in the room where the TV is, eating or whatever. And I thought, this is like weird looking commercial. What is it about? So I turned it up, and I turned it up just in time to find out that what they're saying is that these people who are not in touch with these psychics in California are walking around in a fog. They don't know where they are in the world, and they can't make the right decisions in their lives. And they were showing this woman with this cloud on her head in various environments. She's clearly a white woman in various environments. And then they said, you can't even make the right decision when it's the most obvious decision in the world. And it shows her on like this dating show. And the woman in the middle there in the green dress, she's reading, and she's like, you have to choose the man of your dreams. And the girl in the green dress, or the dark green dress on the right with the cloud on her head, doesn't say anything. And then the woman in the shiny light green dress, she says, just pick one. Well, what they're trying to say there is the obvious man that is the man of your dreams is the black guy that's on the left, not the dumpy looking white guy with the long hair. You've got like the fit black guy, and he's standing upright, and he's tall. And then you have the dumpy white guy who's slouching, and he's got a belly. You can see the jacket. He's got a belly, and he's got like this long hair that's kind of like not washed or nice. So the obvious decision there that this white woman couldn't make is that the black guy was the superior choice. This is what we face. I was getting very angry about this this past Sunday. That's all the time. And this is to sell psychic service. Pure hogwash. Everywhere. And I don't know if I have the Jones thing. I don't know if anybody wants to see that or not. Do I have it? I don't think I have it. I could get it for Sunday if y'all wanted to see it. It is. He's all just like elated. He's like, yeah, I'm registering. My genetics register you as a beautiful woman, and you should have been what Bud Light used. And he kept saying she or he. What does Blair even go by? I don't even know. She or he is a gift from God. And on about that. And we are blessed. We are blessed, he said. Really disgusting. All right. I'll take a look at what y'all are saying. And then I think we might get ready to get out of here. I think we're at the 3-hour mark. All right. That looks good over here. Good. And over on D Live is good. And Odyssey, we have a $5 financial gift. Thank you to Ash. Thank you very much, Ash. Come on, phone. Thank you very much. And Ash writes with it, $5 financial gift. This. Hello, Jason. I also sent $25 as a tip here. Not sure where you may find that. A $25 tip. When was it? Did you see it in the live chat there? Because that doesn't disappear, right? So did it come up there and you saw it, but I didn't? I don't see it yet. I can refresh. And then Ash says, click the wallet at the top. Let's see what that brings me to. Well, it's showing me, oh, in tips. Oh, yes, it does show here. Well, let's get out those 07s and some Ragas emojis. Thank you for pointing that out to me, because it wasn't visible on the live feed. That's $30 from Ash. Thank you so very much. Good brother. Deeply appreciate that. That's beyond the $20 minimum for the celebrations, ladies and gentlemen. Let's make sure that Ash feels the love. Feels the love here in White Wellbeing. God bless you over there. $30 on Odyssey. Ash, testimonial with those $30 about the success of White Wellbeing. A beautiful thing. Thank you. And it's good. I see you more and more. That's wonderful. Thank you so much for that. Let's get some 007s. 007s for our friend Ash. Great champion. Thank you. And thank you for showing me. I'm going to keep that up, because I hope nobody else has gifted and then they didn't tell me about it. I'm going to have to go back and look and make sure that people get recognition. See if I missed anybody, but God bless you. Thank you for that, brother. $30 financial gift and info that will improve the work that we're doing here in service to White Wellbeing. All right. Let me see if there are any questions. Yeah, we are just beyond 3 hours. Don't want to do much more than that. What is this? I miss Nick Plur. Hello and welcome. We have Promethean Healing saying that he was jamming to RC the Realist in the trip that he took in the car yesterday, of course, with no IQ. Awesome, brother. Thank you for that. Yeah, RC the Realist jamming out, rocking out. Black Red Pill says, with all these stories in mind, have you considered starting up charities to help white people get health care, homeschool education, and healthcare. All of those things will be possible and more as we communicate, put all of our energies into communicating the concepts that we wield here in service to white well-being. There are people in the world right now who are perfectly situated economically, with their contacts, with their human resources that they have available to them, to start up health insurance companies and the like. I was mentioning on Sunday, like, where are all the white billion trillionaires, centimillionaires that could be starting music labels? Where are they? And we need to get to them. Going from, like where we are as blue collar folk, maybe you know nothing about starting a business like that, operating a business like that, going from where we are to educating ourselves on it, finding the capital, investing, navigating the waterways of red tape, bureaucracy, legality, all things that anti-whites are going to be trying to hamstring you on the entire way, is just not possible. Most of the time when people do something, like, there have been efforts, not all the time, but much of the time, they end up disappearing with the money. And often we've had, maybe I shouldn't say often, it's not often. Often when these items come up, they're brand new people to the sphere, and they're there really just to steal from folks. They're entrepreneurs, they're unscrupulous. When there's a hurricane, they start up hurricane relief, and then they just take all the money and run. It's the same kind of folks. So we have to be cognizant of people coming in trying to do that, because it sounds very noble. It sounds like a beautiful thing. It is. But the reality is that we're not going to be able to do that. We need to empower those with the concepts that we wield here so that they can defend themselves, they can treat themselves by way of use of the concepts, and then they will say, you know what, I built healthcare teams, I built, etc. I'm going to do it for white people so that as this equity in healthcare takes more and more control, sort of suffusing the entire system, then somebody needs to be there for those folks who need to get proper treatment. And then they'll do it. So I think it's a noble thing, because we do need to be thinking about our own. But the best way that we can serve our own is by doing what we do best. Thanks for the question. Caesar Carf says his high school changed a lot after he graduated. There were no pride clubs and safe spaces when he attended. Wow. God, yeah, I bet. Yep, I bet. And I think, we got to be realistic. I think I'm going to make a video about this, just to tell people so that people really understand when they look at sub counts, because so many people, they don't have the time to investigate. They can't figure it out on their own. What they're looking at. Is this good? Is this bad? Is this whatever? Is this lukewarm? So what they do instead, the simple way out is just to look at sub count. How many people are watching? How many people have subbed? And it's amazing that they can't realize the fallacy there, the flaw there, and that illogic, because they end up on channels that have massive subscriber counts, and then they say, what is this crap? Why are all these people watching? And then they go and they say, I think I'll follow this person because he's got a lot of followers. But that's the reality, is so many people do that. And it was in the greater scheme of things, it was yesterday that YouTube and what was her name? Wojcicki was crowing about how they were going to highlight non-white content creators. It was in all the news. It was in all. Now, I actually did a search for it on Google, and it was difficult to find the articles from just a handful of years ago on this. And there were a lot of content creators on YouTube, nothing to do with politics, but they weren't non-white, and they came unglued, and they bitched and they made videos about it, and totally understandable, because they're investing their time, their life, their creativity, and they're trying to make a living. Many of these people, it's not just for shits and giggles. And now they discovered that because they're white, they're going to be dialed back a little bit. Or in my case, dialed back a lot. And so we've done independent examination, and we have surveyed the community. We find very often that people who are longtime subscribers of mine find themselves unsubscribed. They find that they don't get alerts. If you're a person who gets alerts, then consider yourself lucky for now. It might not always be that way. And that the reality is that YouTube in the past had an algorithm, as I showed you all with that website that was run by Frank Weltner. Google had an algorithm, and then Google bought YouTube, that was neutral for everybody. It worked to ascertain what the viewer wanted, or what the person searching Google wanted, and then learned what their likes and dislikes were, and then provided them from its available information what the person was looking for. And it did a marvelous job. I mean, I think everybody back in the day, they should be able to remember how you search Google or you search YouTube, and you were given just endless options of what you were interested in. And so much so that when Frank Weltner had that website, even Google came out and said, we can't do anything about it. That's the algorithm. Don't get mad at us. It's just this neutral algorithm. And they changed that. They broke that so that it would discriminate against white content creators and favor non-white content creators. Now, I have to say, in my opinion, even though probably all of us here remember just a couple of years ago reading with G.F.C and the others at YouTube crowing about how they were going to push non-white content creators so that they would be popular. And, you know, it's not enough to just push. There's also, if you're going to really imbalance the representation in favor, or rather against, white people, then you really got to pull them down some too. And so there are many white content creators of various types on YouTube that have complained vehemently about it. But someone who is definitely not anti-white enough, yours truly, and the people that show up here, I'm the kind of person that they de-emphasize to nearly zero. They want some people to trickle in for the psyop element of it, that, oh no, you're out there, people just don't like you. And you even have people in the white sympathetic sphere that will look on and say, well, look how long he's been. People obviously don't like him, even though they know in their heart of hearts that we're throttled here, that we're totally censored. And we just got another proof with Redbeard Oliver Anthony, because every content creator, I searched through scores. Everyone I looked at that did a review of Oliver Anthony from accounts with, I think the smallest one only had a couple hundred that I didn't write down all of them, but I wrote down a few to maybe share. A couple hundred subs, and then get 20,000 views because it's Oliver Anthony. Double their sub count. And different types of different topics. So I didn't lean heavily on the ones that were like content creators that talk about music, because I figured that was sort of specific. But there were a lot of others as well that were just unbelievable numbers. Even the day of and yesterday, getting unbelievable numbers. I put the review of Oliver Anthony. I fill the description with verbiage about Oliver and his links, everything. And not one jot difference. Really think about that for a moment. You have content creators that have 9,000 subs, get 25,000 views. Not like 6 months later, in 12 hours. But then I do it, not one jot difference. So if you ever wonder, like, what's going on? Why does Jason's channel, why does it grow so slow? Why is it? This is why. I mean, what are some of these? Okay, you had one guy calls himself I Am Hell. He has 4.7 thousand subs. In this fast, half a day, 25,000 views yesterday. I think he was yesterday, or if he wasn't, he was Sunday. Oh, you got this one. JR, 59 subs. 59. No one knows this guy streams. 5.6 thousand views. And for me, not one more. I mean, it's as clear as can possibly be. So what is it? I mean, this is, YouTube is totally anti-white. It's totally destroying my time, my work, my effort. YouTube is functioning for me the same way that the alternative platforms function for me. And that is that I can stream on it, but they're not going to tell anybody about it. I can stream on Rumble, but Rumble's not going to tell anybody about it. I can stream on Odyssey and DLive, but they're not going to tell anybody about it. I can stream on Twitter, but they're not going to tell anybody about it. Those platforms, these alternative platforms, they're not like the YouTube or Google of old. They promote the specific content creators that they like for whatever reason, and they just totally ignore. There is no algorithm out there that's finding what you want, ascertaining what you're interested in, and then making recommendations based on what you're interested in. They're giving you what they want you to see, just like they've done on television all along. We're right back to where that is. The other thing that I found, and might mention this in the video if I make a video on it, is that I had no idea how many Black content creators there were on YouTube that have colossal sub counts. I had no idea until this. I was going all over YouTube and I was like, well, here's another. I've never heard of this guy, never heard of this girl, or this guy and this girl, never heard of them. And 950,000, 600,000, 450,000. I would say that it's another great example of how being non-white in the modern West is the best thing that can possibly happen for you. And the worst thing that can happen for you is to be a white guy. And just a little bit worse than just being a white guy is not being anti-white enough. You're a white guy, you're getting the shaft. You got to be anti-white as all hell, but you're never going to get pushed. I mean, so this is the evidence of what YouTube said they were going to do, that they were going to push non-white content creators. They are replete with non-white content. They are rife. YouTube is rife with non-white content creators with enormous audiences that are showing commercials and being monetized and making money for themselves, whatever it is, and more power to them to do that. But this is a consequence of anti-whiteism. So we've been talking about consequences of anti-whiteism and how they harm us. Well, here's one way that you see, and yet another way, how they harm us. You think, I'm going to go out, I want to speak to the world, I want to tell the world that a way that it can be fixed, that is demonstrably evident that it can be fixed. And no, they're not going to let you. They're absolutely not going to let you. If you're a white guy, nope, not going to happen. I mean, Rapunzel pointed out even on Twitter, X, which is supposed to be this, free speech, total bullshit. It's controlled. It might not be as bad as it was under the previous ownership. But when she was almost never retweeting anything of mine, she was getting like people who were new to Twitter, who had like no followers, they were being recommended her to all these new people coming in. Like every time it's like she gets, oh, I got 3 more. Oh, I got 5 more. Oh, I got 4 more. It's just, and it was all these people that had like no tweets. They're just joined, and she was being recommended. As soon as she started more robustly retweeting me, it completely stopped. She totally is stalled. She's not recommended to anyone anymore. Her sub count is unmoving. So mine just barely ticks up. And that's all part of the psychological warfare, to make you think that no one wants your content, no one is interested, and to make everyone else think that too. Similarly, let me ask you this. What happens for the white little girl? Say like the 10-year-old little girl. She gets online, 12-year-old little girl, 14, 15, I don't know. What age are most parents allowing their children to get on? Most parents who are not doing the right job, allowing their kids to get on the internet and just go searching for themselves. And she comes across my channel by accident. Maybe she types in the wrong thing and it pops up my channel. And she sees, oh, it's 20,000 some odd followers, subscribers here. And then she happens upon a black male content creator who has 680,000 subscribers. She's going to conclude that the white guy, nobody cares. He must be pathetic. Nobody's really interested. And the black guy is really special. Look at all the people that are interested in what he's saying and how he's saying it. And then she goes and plops down on the sofa in the family living room, and the commercial for California Psychic comes on. And they're telling that white little 15-year-old girl that the obvious choice to be your date, this perfect black man or this fuddy-duddy, fatty white guy. She can't even make the choice because she doesn't have the help from the psychics. How does that influence that little girl, that little white girl? This is why you got to be focused on us. This is why you got to just like get the jaws and say enough is enough. I'm no more victimizing of no more brainwashing our little girls with the idea that a non-white man is a superior mate. No more of that. No more infecting our little white boys with this visage of the white male, the grown adult male that is pathetic and frumpy and ugly. And that's what it means to be a white guy. No more of that. And you don't need, for the J-Spurgs out there, you don't need, and it doesn't matter because you can't do anything about it, to say who the CEO was or who owns that network. None of that shit matters. All that matters is our victimization. Are we being victimized or not? You can't do anything about who owns the network. And the only thing you can do, though, is ruin your life by condemning people on the basis of their birth when you go out there and tell everybody that shit. You can say, enough is enough, no more victimizing. The case I just made for our white little girls and little boys is a moral case that you can share with anybody. And I want to share with you all right now. You all saw on this Sunday a guy who's been with us, and I really want you to get your raucous emojis. I mean, you're going to have to dig them out. Dig them out. Get that bag out of the closet where you keep those like old, really cool, like 80s emojis. Break that puppy out as well. We got a guy who's been with us for years. And he has been a steady contributor. And he's always challenging himself to do more and do better. Just an amazing guy in that sense. making memes, sending me information that could be useful. And recently, he got into a back and forth, a chat with a content creator, did a fantastic job mixing in the lexicon there. And that's Promethean Healing. And let me grab this video. We'll play it right now as it's 12:01 after midnight. We gonna let it all hang out.
Yeah, no, you're not wrong, Promethean Healing. It does allow for the edges and fringes to be encroached on.
So here's this. The content creator is taking up the conversation, and let me move this. Promethean Healing. This guy's argument leaves us open to systematic and enforced white erasure. The content creator was like, you're not wrong. That's how you mix it in. That's how you change the world. That's what we're talking about today. And this guy, ladies and gentlemen, to show his love and to show his testimony to the power and the work of what we're doing here, that he's committed to the love, hope, and redemption of Western kind, that he is an advocate to put an end to our victimization, and he wants the entire world to know. Promethean Healing, financially gifting $1,000. Let's give it up. Let's give it up. I can't yell. It's too late. It's after midnight. I can't yell about it. I'll yell about it on Sunday. Folks, let's give it up for Promethean Healing, financially gifting $1,000. My God. Quadruple 07s, scores of zeros, sevens, scores of O's, sevens for this guy. God bless you, man. What a stunner that was when I saw that. I've come to, there are participants in service to white well-being that are truly just in. They are in it to win it. They are in this game. They want to be the hero in our story. They're writing themselves into our story, our book, as the most glorious of heroes. They're not going to allow the anti-whites to dictate to them who and what they are going to be and how they're going to defend themselves and what they're going to look like when they do that. They are actually going out into the world as a force against time. Really think about that. A force against time. The age of our era. Imagine looking back at other periods in history and those individuals who stood out against the time. We look back and we're like, that is an extraordinary person. It takes an extraordinary constitution and character and to be able to do that. And we have handfuls and handfuls of these people here in service to white well-being, each of them the equivalent of tens of thousands of audience members for doom documenting and doom dissecting, doom divinating, and everything else that they do, doom dumping, everything else that they do, worth tens and tens of thousands, because those people are not doing anything. I would like them to begin to participate. I would like them to use the concepts, but these are the knights of the white table. These are absolutely the knights of the white table. And Promethean Healing is one of the champs sitting as a knight of the white table there. Among the rest of us, folks like Fornell and Franklin and Slots, so many true champions. Azimuth Clark, Papa J Magic, J Papa Magic. Wish I could name them all. God bless this champion. $1,000. That is some serious. We're working class folks. Take how much you make net out of the year and then cut off 1,000. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. If a millionaire gave you 1,000, it's like he sneezed, right? I mean, you still appreciate it, but a working class person, that's a testimonial from the heart and for the ages. So God bless you. Stiff salute. Promethean Healing, man. We love you. That is so epic. When I opened that, I was like, oh my God. And here you have Slots. I just named Slots. Slots did that like 2 months ago, brother, wasn't it? So just champions, and I'm really honored to be able to serve white well-being with you heroes, and be able to stand shoulder to shoulder, shield over shield, spear over spear against the attacks on Western kind, Western civilization, because there's no one else that will stand in this gap and be the men of the West and women of the West who we need. Now is the age. Now is the time. That's the only good thing about this awful time that we were born to, is that we get the opportunity to be heroes. You don't get the opportunity to be a hero like in 1960s America, where everything, all the neighborhoods were white, and it was all you had to do was like work on your car, have like the loudest car, fastest car, all of that sort of business. You don't get to be a hero then. And when you go off, as much as we honor the white men who have gone off to war for our countries, and so often we find out that it was not for our interest, but for the interests of others, we honor them. That is not nearly as glorious as a duty and sacrifice as service to the very continuation of Western kind and all that it produces. It's so far beyond the mind to begin to comprehend. So people are putting their names down, and Promethean Healing is doing it on a daily basis in service to white well-being. God bless you, man. Let me take a look at the rest of what y'all are saying, and then we're going to get out of here because it is after midnight. And I don't know what happens. Does my outfit disappear? Does my car turn into a soapbox racer after midnight? I don't know. It hasn't happened yet. Rapunzel has blurry vision because she got insulation in her eyes. And she developed some patches, rough patches. All right, let me see. Looks like I've seen all of those comments. John Anthony says, no white guilt. Thank you, brother. You quote M to be a great advocate and then some. You said something about you working. Where did you mean? That I had worked in factories before. Yeah, I've worked in factories and construction. I was likening that earlier to the fact that Redbeard Oliver Anthony had worked in a factory, he said. And I too have done that. I actually had a construction job and a white collar job and, college classes all at the same time. That was a tough period. That was a very tough period. Promethean Healing, let me see. Oh, it's showing for yesterday. It's showing for yesterday. Myra Page is here. Hello, sister, and welcome. We have Walker says, I've noticed this too. No matter what I look up, every time non-whites are put at the top. Oh, yeah. It was crazy. I mean, if I could just like relax for a moment and bullshit with y'all. It was nuts. Maybe I got to get a piece of gum. How does that sound? When you break out the gum, that's when you're just like hanging out, right? You can do that. Break out the gum, you just hang out. I worked out today and had a pretty good workout. I got soaking wet it wasn't, I mean, it was like, I think it hit 91, but obviously in the gym it was air conditioned. I don't know. I guess the humidity was through the roof. And I started doing squats and it was like raining. It was just like, you know, when you're sweating hard, when sweat forms right there and it's like threatening to leak over your top lip. Like, what in the world? So that was tough. But I went to 2 gyms because the second gym has a few different things, pieces of equipment, but it is also missing some that I need and like to use, and from time to time. And it's also where the first gym is. I have to get away from there by a certain time because the traffic in Northern Virginia is death. As my father used to say, death to the Christians. That meant it was really bad. When my construction working father, when he says it's death to the Christians, I knew it was always bad. Whatever it was really bad. So stay away from it. I don't know where that saying comes from, but it was funny. But yeah, I got away from that one. And then actually I worked outside some, and that made the sweating much worse, but it is what it is. But you know what I started doing yesterday while I was working out was I sort of cycle through. You don't want to, here's a workout tip. You don't want to get one routine and never vary it. Now, by that, I don't mean that like you do one set of machines. Well, like, okay, so for example, you do a bench press and you do it on a bench press. And then for a while, then you go over and you stop bench press and you start doing dumbbell. And then you do like the weight stack or Nautilus or hammer strength or whatever it is. I don't mean that. I mean varying up, although that can be variation. I mean varying up the number of reps per weight and speed of the reps, and whether or not you're going to have also speed of the reps up versus down. So the negative end of it, is that going to be faster or slower? And if you're new to working out, don't worry about all that. Just get into the habit. If you're new, you're going to see your best results. Not best results. Let me phrase it. You're going to see big results, easier, bigger results when you're new. So just stick with it. Make a habit. But there are different ways to vary. Are you going to stick the load at certain points, like at the top of the lift or midway? Usually, if it's midway, you might do that on a negative. But one of the styles that I've employed over the years, and that I think I brought back yesterday and today, is sort of an idea that the style comes from, and that is that all of your sets and reps are just warm up or to fatigue for the final so many reps that are very slow. And my God, that will light you up. It will just light you up. Like, so let's just say, just for like some simplistic sake, so you have 3 sets of 10, and that's what you do. Well, you want to change it to this new style. Then you do 3 sets of 10, but when you get to the 10th rep on the 3rd set, you're not stopping. Now you're going to do like 3 or 5 more reps really slowly. That might mean that to do the first one or to do the 4th one or whatever, you've got to take a little bit of weight off. So do not do this under weight. Do not do this under free weight unless you have one hell of a spotter. So you have to have a scenario where it's like a weight stack or what have you, or something you can put down, like dumbbells, you can get away from it. Don't be under a barbell and do this. Don't be under a barbell doing squat and do this. But instead, you're going to do these next, could be even 2, depending upon how, like if you're dying, but 2, 3, 4, 5, and you will discover that there are levels of muscle burn that you never imagined. And it's really just tearing those fibers up, something vicious. And if you have a lot of white, super fast muscle twitch fibers like I do, a lot of white guys have more red fiber, which is longer duration, more stamina muscle. But when you have a little bit more of the fast twitch or super fast twitch, you'll get like this. And if the muscle is visible, you'll begin to see the serrations in the muscle dance, and it's wild looking. But because it's like trying to do, it's a real kick-ass workout. So I did that today. So you could try it out. A little tip for working out. Ladies can do it too. You keep your weights light. And if you go slow enough, it will be fire. You don't want to put a bunch of weight because you don't want to get big, unless you're wanting to get big. But yeah, Walker was saying about pulling up, you do a search and you get tons of non-whites. That's what I get. And let me very clearly say, more power to the non-white people, even if they're anti-white. I got no control over it, but especially if they're good people, to build an audience and make a living off it, and good for them. I would like it to be a situation where it's a level playing field and I'm not being shunted and throat slit and them being boosted up on top of, on top of the mountain for everybody to see and praise. And I'm, for those non-white content creators that are good people and they're speaking out against anti-whiteism to various degrees, I'm delighted with their large audience counts. But generally speaking, I mean, you have non-white people talking about anything, just like white people talking about anything. And I was coming across them and it was just unimaginable. I couldn't believe how many gigantic sub counts are wielded by non-white people. It's like, can you imagine? You have, particularly when it comes to black people, this small percentage of the population, and they are all over your televisions, they're all over your platforms on the internet, they're all over the advertising, they're everywhere. And you know what I forgot? On Sunday, I was making the comment about, I'm going to be out at a work site, and I would wonder, how are there any black guys here with all of these opportunities to get ahead, that are where they discriminate against me, where they persecute me? How are there any here? Like, why are they just giving up? Why not just put forth a little bit of effort? And I mentioned, and I got sidetracked. I wanted to keep talking. I mentioned, like, get an agent, try to get into a commercial, try to get into acting, try to, whatever. But that, of course, is not what's open to most people. What's open to most people are like Best Buy, where they're saying, oh, we only want the white people to be, or non-white people. No white people allowed. So if you're non-white, you can come get this training. It'll be the equivalent of an MBA. And then we will hire you from within. We will elevate you from within to get these 6- and 7-figure salaries. That's what the vast majority of black people are going to have access to. The vast majority are not going to have access to being in commercials. But think about that too. I mean, you go to work and you're like, how are, the 5% of black people that work here, 4% of them are like 6-figure earners. It's discrimination against us. Those jobs can't be held by white people, so they've got to give them to somebody else. Do you think we get shadow banned from participating in these types of discussions? I've tried to remain ambiguous. Writes Winged Productions. On what platforms? On YouTube, for sure. I mean, the anti-whites have this thing locked down. I mean, none of their orifices are tight, but they got YouTube locked down like the tightest ass that's ever been. Bob Cratchit is here. You believe that? What's going on, Bob? How you doing? Myra says, change the name to Truth News. Oh, I wish that would work. I wish. See, what I think they do, they got smart, you know, like when I was getting censored from PayPal, I got censored from PayPal at least half a dozen times, maybe a couple more, but at least half a dozen times. I kept getting back on. And I told people, I said, eventually they're going to get smart. They're going to ask somebody who's smart. And they're going to say, how do we keep this guy off the platform so that he can't use PayPal? Which, by the way, you ask, how does that affect you in the real world? I tried to attend a play at a church. And the church had said, you have to buy tickets. And you got to buy, we'll send you a link to be able to buy tickets for this play at this church. And you had to pay with PayPal. No other option but PayPal. Guess who could not pay for a ticket? So it affects your life. A play at a church I couldn't see because of these anti-white bastards. But I said, somebody's going to get smart. And instead of looking for me, they're going to look for the people who financially gift me in order to delete me. And that's what they did. So I guess it was maybe the last 2 times I got on. And then as soon as people financially gifted, the ones that they had tagged that, okay, we'll know who Jason is by these people. As soon as they financially gifted, they're like, yank that account. And so YouTube does the same thing. If I start a new account and it's me, they're going to know it's me. And they're going to apply the same algorithmic censorship. So unfortunately, like I would have to start, and I believe it's against their rules, to start an account as a different human being, as a different person. Which, by the way, talking about human being, I think that was one of the things about Redbeard that really concerned me. I'll speak to that in a moment, but I think it might be against the terms and conditions for YouTube to pretend to be a different person and start up a new account. And then I would have to not be on screen, and I would have to use some sort of voice synthesizer so that you couldn't hear my luscious, rich, and stimulating voice over the microphone. You would have to hear whatever, Voltron or something. And who knows? Who knows if that would ever... I imagine they'll get wise, and like if you wanted to show up as like a black or Hispanic or Arab or whatever avatar, you would not get the benefits of being non-white. They're probably looking for non-white people on camera. So they tightened it up. They sewed it up. And again, you know, like I said, you go into the alternative platforms. They were going to be the big savior for those who had alternative points of view to the regime and pushing back on anti-whiteism in some sense, knowingly or unknowingly. And these platforms are garbage. I mean, they're garbage. They don't function at all like YouTube and Google and it used to function. As I was saying, the thing that concerned me about Redbeard was that on his video where he introduces himself, it's quite dark in that video, and on his video, I think it was on his video, as he was driving back from that event that he played at the other day, I think it was both those times that he referred to people as humans. And that might be because to say people, that could be interpreted as the people known as white people. Whereas if he says humans, you can't interpret that to be anything but all of humanity. I'm pretty sure. Is Fernald still here? Did anybody listen to Redbeard's either of those videos and hear him say that he's like standing up for humans or something like this. It was really a discordant, talk about music. It was really like this discordant note in someone's speech. Who says that, right? Unless you're going out of your way to appease and not be censored by anti-whites. I'm just here for the humans. Alex Jones says that a lot for years and years and years. And the question always was, well, if they're against the humans, then who and what are they? Who and what are they? Jay Bishop says, I made some memes and want to send them to No White Girl Clips. How do I DM him? Well, he's on Twitter as NWG Clips, I think it is, and at NWG Clips, I believe. You can also become part of the outreach team, and then you get on the Telegram, and there's a whole meme lab. And I got to tell you, folks, we've got meme generals, meme geniuses at work, and they're just churning them out, and they bounce ideas off of each other. I show up there and I look and I'm like, whoa, so much great work being done. That's going to make all the difference in the world. So that's fantastic. Thank you, Jay Bishop. Yeah, reach out to him directly like that, or unless I have it wrong, somebody can correct me, and or reach out in the description below the video. I think there is the email for Biospirit of the West. Looks like Franklin was trying to help you out some there. I didn't see exactly what he said, but Rookie Monster is here. Remember when I used to do 8-10 hour streams? I had somebody say in one of the threads, it's always like these concern trolls. They're like, this guy talks for 4.5 hours. I don't have time for that. All right, well then get lost. Like, why do you have time to say that? Unless your purpose is to be a subverter. Like if you show up at a site somewhere, turn on a TV show, if it's too long, you just turn it off. You don't try to communicate that. You're like, okay, this is too much. Oh, Franklin's said of Promethean healing, huge. Thank you all for celebrating. Look at all this great celebration. Slots is there. Franklin is there. LG is there. Walker is there. Winged Productions. Elaine Sabatino. Big salutes to all of you who are celebrating Promethean healing. That's the right thing to do. I love this. Winged Productions put all these like hearts and kisses and monkeys and people with little emojis with shades on. Is Rapunzel still here? How are your eyes now? Can you see the screen? Do you see double Jasons? Because that's, my God, I think that could cause a woman to have heart palpitations. Is that what's happening for you? You having heart palpitations? Fiery Chick is here. Well, hello and welcome. Imagine a world without Western culture, she writes. Wouldn't be so easy. No. It would be a very different place without us, that's for sure. I was recommended, talk about things that are recommended. For all of the effort that Fuentes talks about, like censoring him so that nobody hears him, it's like he's like recommended everywhere. It's like pushed everywhere. And so there was this live stream of these 3 guys. I don't know who they are, what they are, whatever, but they were, I guess they're religious, and they were saying that Fuentes is just using religion as a shield to self-aggrandize, which is of course the case. But YouTube recommended it to me. I turned it on just to see what was happening, expecting to see what I did see, which was the chat full of the micro penis Fuentesians, just like attacking these people. But they were saying, one of them was saying, and the other two agreed, that the consequence for a country, like what it becomes and what it is, has nothing to do with the people inside of it. That he specifically articulated two things: waterways as rivers and trade. Well, of course, trade is an artifact of those doing the trading, setting up the trade routes, those establishing the networks for trade, those doing the farming and supplying the goods and services that can be traded, etc. And he said, if white people had never come to North America, that it would have still been the superpower it is today. It would still be exactly like it is today, because there are waterways and there is trade. I'm not kidding you. And these were not like pimple-covered, ignorant children. These were adult males, and saying the most asinine, cuckservative type of things. Of course, I said, I just felt compelled. I had to write into the chat quickly. I was like, well, what happened with the American Indians then? Why didn't they build this into the superpower United States of America? They had the waterways. They could have created the trade, right? So why didn't it happen? He actually also said that it doesn't happen in places like South America, because you have this impenetrable rainforest. Really? There are shit tons of waterways, and they're mowing it all down quite easily with tractors and things created and built, and the technology shared with other countries, and now they're building the things even cheaper. They're mowing it all down without equipment. So what do you mean? I mean, this is the kind of facile, sort of like impudent ignorance of most conservative content creators. Absolutely nothing happening between their ears or between their legs. Spud Ruckus is saying it got to 108 in North Idaho. Oh my gosh. Archangel is here. Great to see you, brother. He says, I'm about to start a workout routine fairly soon. I've been studying bodybuilding for a while now, and I think I'm ready. Well, before you actually hit the bodybuilding workouts, just start doing run-of-the-mill workouts. My suggestion. I mean, you can go for it if you want. I don't know how fit you already are, but become accustomed to working out and make it habit, and then you can dial it up more and more. And keep in mind that ligaments and tendons always heal slower than muscles. So it's possible to build muscle so fast that you outpace your ligaments and tendons, and you start getting tendon and ligament injuries. So you want to give them time as well. And to a lesser degree, or what heals the slowest, is the skeleton. And I ran into that problem many years ago when I got started going to the gym. I was hitting it like a maniac. And one of the things, I didn't know anything about working out in a gym. And so like most tyros at the gym, I was like knocking out curls like there was no tomorrow. And my forearms started hurting to the point that they would ache so bad that they would wake me up several times a night. I mean, it was painful. And finally, I had to go to the doctor and see what the problem was. So he did x-rays of my forearms. And does anybody know what the little bone is called? The thinner bone in the forearm? What that's called? Both of those bones on the x-ray, he said, let me show you this. He brings in the x-ray, he puts it up on that thing on the wall, the light on the wall. He's like, let me show you this. Do you see anything different between the little bone and the larger bone? He said, it's happening some in the larger bone as well, but do you see in the thinner bone? And I said, well, they look like kind of a dullish gray. and the larger ones look more solid white. And he said, yes, the reason they look this dull gray color is because those are tens of thousands of tiny fractures in each of those bones. The pain, he said, is those bones moving in my body because they were losing the ability to be rigid. And that it's caused by doing too many curls. And I was not happy. So he said, don't do any more curls. Don't do anything that's going to put heavy weight on your arms where you have that the pressure runs through the arm, through that forearm area. And I was like, screw that. I'm still going to do curls. But I started doing hammer curls where you don't roll your hand over, you just have a fist and you're going straight up and down. And it works that radial or whatever it is, that smaller bicep muscle on the outside as well. But it makes it harder to do curls and as many curls. And you don't get as much a result in the two bicep muscles. But they still grow. And it was months before those bones had healed enough to go back to doing regular workouts. So that was a great example of how these other parts of the body recover more slowly than the muscle tissue. So be careful. All right. Franklin says, oh, this is what I'm talking about with Oliver Anthony. Franklin caught one of them. Oliver Redbeard Anthony said, quote, "The struggle of humans." The struggle of humans? Come on. That was a conscious effort to not draw the eye of Sauron. Like, I'm not even going to say people, because then I might be talking about white people. I'm just saying humans. All of humanity. Sloth said that he watched all the 10-hour streams. Good man. And he works for a living. That's what I love. This community, we work, but this is like our secret life. This is our mission, right? We go out, we're like the ordinary citizen out in the world. We're working and we're excelling and we're being the best in our community and our families. But then we have this glorious life as well. It's not like fans of other content creators where they can appear at like 4:30 at night because they don't have work at night. They don't have work in the day. They don't have work at all. They're not studying. They're not in school. I listened to his first video, writes Elaine, but not the one where he's in the dark, Jason. I fear Oliver is trying to appeal to the civcuck masses. Sounds like he's an abstractionist. I really hope that that's not the case. I hope he's just having some missteps right now. But yeah, the whole human thing. The Sloth says spooky skeleton. Yeah, the gray skeleton. Archangel thanking me for the advice. Yeah, is it the radius? Ulna? Which one is it? Franklin says, can't the bone grow? It can. It just heals slower. When you work out, your bones break. Very tiny breaks. But they break. And then they heal and they're stronger. And over time, they do get bigger and thicker as a consequence of the increasing loads. Now, ladies, you don't have to worry about that because you're not going to be throwing a bunch of weight on you to be breaking the bones. They will fracture a little bit, and that's good because you don't want to get osteoporosis. You don't want to be like all curled up and whatever. You don't want to break easily, fall down, you're broken, bump into something, you're broken. So working out, getting a little bit of these breaks, these fractures, and that healing is a good thing. It'll make your bones stronger. But don't forget, it's at minimum 60-40, maybe even 70-30, that it's what you're eating. And then the rest is your workout. So the majority of it, you have to eat right because it's all about the repair. working out is the breaking down. The repair is getting stronger, denser bones, and etc. That's what you're working for. All right, I think we have gotten to all the questions. Big thank you tonight to everybody for showing up. Elaine says, ouch. Everybody for your participation and service to white well-being. Everybody who is actually engaged in making a change in themselves in the world. There are a lot of people out there who want to step into, and this is actually a good thing to end on too. There are a lot of people, entrepreneurs, who see the opportunity for wealth. They look out at the world and they see particularly a lot of guys who don't have fathers, or their father was not a manly guy, was dominated by their mother. They don't know how to be masculine. They're mousy. They allow themselves to be pushed around. And they see these people as opportunities to enrich themselves. And their purpose is to sell you on the idea that by an association with them and purchasing of their products or services, you'll be able to be Schwarzenegger, not just physically, maybe not, but what the physicality represents, like this toughness of mind and this leadership and all of that. They are there just to make themselves rich. And this has always been a threat that I've talked about with the white sympathetic sphere. It materialized big time around the alt-right fad. You saw a bunch of these people come in, entrepreneurs, they made a bunch of money for themselves, and then they will say some of the things about what you're interested in socio-politically. They will mouth a couple of the sayings or statements to get your interest, to make it sound like this is one and the same, and then you end up paying them for products or services. Then they show up on videos in really nice cars, and a girl who's a 10 climbs out of the car slowly, and she's got legs from here to heaven. And the guy's like, why aren't you here? It's because you suck and you need to buy my, whatever it is. You got to buy their services. You got to buy their products. Be aware of that. Everything you need to be a woman of the West and a man of the West is inside of you. And just like that eagle I talked about earlier, the ability to soar in the heavens is in the eagle. His wings have been fettered. Your wings have been fettered by meme pathogens, by anti-white ideas that tell you that you're evil, you have an evil seed, you need to feel white guilt. And all of that over time becomes white noir. Because it's this feeling of illness in your body, your mind, and your spirit. This feeling of ineptitude, inability, this shyness, this etc. It is all a consequence of that. So the only way to remedy that is to deal with the sickness, to deal with the ideas that don't go away. They never go away. You have to treat them for your whole life. You never forget how to ride a bike or drive a car. The ideas never go away. They're constantly being said in your subconscious mind that doesn't know the difference between reality and fiction. You have to treat them. You have to make a conscious effort to treat them. And the more of an effort you make to treat them, and that's what we show you in the Go Free method, the more you will discover your resilience, your strength, your intelligence, your creativity. The more of it comes to the surface. And I am giving you that free. Think about that. I'm telling you, I've shown you what you got to do. You could just come to these live streams, never give a single dollar in financial gift, never even buy the book, and you'll learn enough to begin revolutionizing yourself, remaking yourself. But if you buy the book, you get it very cheap, and that's it, and you'll have the practice that will free you from the fetters that anti-whiteism has put on you. And you don't have to keep coming back to me. You don't have to have private $100, $250 calls or anything like that with me. I'm doing this year after year after year, and should be, therefore, a proof of love, a proof of my honesty, of that I want to as I set my mission when I was in junior high school, that I wanted to help free Western kind of anti-whiteism so that as individuals, we would evince our natural abilities, where we are in the world, and be able to reclaim our destiny. That's been my mission. That's what I do. So if somebody's coming to you and saying you need, $500 tickets to this event or that event with Tony, whatever, or whatever that guy's name is, that's like tall as a jolly green giant, or you need this kind of a person in your life or that kind of, and you got to have regular sessions with them. That's just somebody who's getting rich off you. You're not going to get, these people never get better. A lot of these people get into these self-help things. I've worked with guys that get into these self-help endeavors, and they're there for their life. They never become the total stud. Because they're not dealing with the illness. It's like the eagle still has his wings fettered, but he keeps like throwing himself off a platform. He's never going to learn how to fly. He's never going to be able to fly. And you got like a guy up on the platform saying, you got to climb up on the platform again, get psyched, get fired up, jump off again. No, you're never going to go anywhere. So it's a sad reality that when you grow up in a world that is composed of white people that are selfish, individualistic bastards, and they're in a capitalist economy where the more money they can acquire, the more power, the more sex, the better sex, the more aggrandizement, everything, the more that they can have. They are motivated, they are incentivized to lie to you and say anything that you need to hear to get the money out of your pocket and into theirs. And that's why you see them. Tony and the rest, they climb out of Lear jets and they're like, look at my Lear jet. Look at my castle. You can have that too. No, you can't. Not by the way that they're trying to show you, not by the path that they're giving you. It's just a way to make them richer and richer. And you poorer, not just economically, but spiritually. And that's probably the greatest theft, is the spiritual impoverishment, selling you on dreams that you can never attain. So much of success is aleatory. These people will tell you, oh, you just have the right attitude and you go out and you make the right friends and you have the right whatever in your life. You'll suddenly be all these opportunities will just pour into you and you'll have so much good will suddenly abound. But the reality is that so much of what we consider success, especially professional economic success, is aleatory. It's, did you know the person at the right time? Are you friends with the right person that can give you the job? And did you get the right job? Did you get the job that worked for you, that suited your talents? There's so many variables. So the metric that they're selling you on is erroneous because it's one of many metamorphosizing it along the way, measurements, and by way of opportunities. So it's the spiritual impoverishment is the worst. That's the greatest crime they commit. Some of them, I'm not saying all of them are just like pure money. I'm sure some of them have a motivator to some degree of helping people, or at least being able to fake it. But the route they're taking just doesn't work. So here we are. Let me take a quick look around. All right. Good there. How about over here? Good there. It's time almost for me to ascend the stairs in my closet, to head on over to FourCornersG.F.C. Castle di Fornal, where everything is glorious. Swans swim through the lakes. Angels dance upon the tips of pins. Promethean healing. Big thank you to everybody who financially gifted. You had Yiz the Unifier, you had Ash, you had the Great No White Gill Clips, the Promethean healing. Oh my God, $1,000. Amazing. Thank you, brother. He asks, is Fornol going to have a stream soon? He does them irregularly, but he'll be having some at some point, and it will be beautiful. So if I'm able to find out about it, then we'll spread it, we'll promulgate it, and make sure everybody knows. Hey, for White Wellbeing is here. We played your video at the very beginning. Thank you, brother. That was awesome. Potential to Power. He's been reading his Go Free manual. It is your potential to power. Indeed, breaking out, demonstrating that he's really digging in and doing the work to understand. Awesome, man. Thank you so much for that video. Looking forward to great things from you. It was very well done. I think everybody enjoyed that at the beginning. Looks like Archangel says, I had females in my military training unit. They were constantly getting lots of microfractures, and many were constantly on crutches. Oh, my brother. I know. It is pathetic. It is so. It's like the same thing. The trainer room at universities is full of injured female athletes. The female body is just not meant to do these things that the bodies of men are meant to do. Just like men's bodies don't give birth to children. This is why imaginary females or transgender men to female, this is why you have a tiny percentage of the population, tiny, in my opinion, is transgender. And then you have a very tiny percentage of that who actually compete against women. And yet, even though such a tiny fraction that you're just like plucking out of the population, not really the best of the men, available, and they kick the shit out of women. They kick the shit out of women on Jeopardy. They kick the shit out of women on Scholastic awards. They kick the shit out of women on the sport field, weightlifting, fighting. I mean, it's just, that's the one thing that I'm actually grateful for to transgenders, because most of us guys, we grew up with females who were so infected with the anti-white narrative, and they would beat into our heads that women can do everything a man can do. How many have heard that 10,000 times? Women can do everything a man can do, but they can do it better, and they can give birth to babies. We had that our whole lives, and it was extremely injurious to be constantly told that as a little boy. And then you start to get older, you become a teenager, and your physicality then surpasses your mother and other females around you. And then they say to you, oh, no, you have to not push back against this argument and this maltreatment. And you just have to let it stand, because they are the fairer sex, and they're gentle, and they don't have as much muscle, but still they do everything better, but they don't have as much muscle, and you got to be gentle. And, I reflected on the fact that females, when you are a little boy, will be ruthless physically to you. They will absolutely kick the shit out of you. An older female, when you're a little boy, they will push you around. They will use the threat of physical force everywhere you turn. And then suddenly, when you have the upper hand, now they're strength wise, size wise. Now they're like, oh, but me, I'm just so I'm delicate. No, if a woman can kick the shit out of a child, then she damn well can't claim she's too fragile to be in a man's face and not get reprimanded for that. I mean, seriously, have anybody thought about that before? The same women who like kick the shit out of kids. I mean, I'm not talking here about child abuse. I'm not talking about, but I mean, mothers will push around their little boys. They will gank them up off the ground. They will yank their asses around. They will use their superior strength. Older sisters, other girls in the community or family, they will use their physical strength against little boys readily. And in the moment the little boy becomes stronger, then it's all of a sudden like, how dare you threaten me with your strength? Really? Don't act like a man. Don't compete with men, and be a woman, and you'll be treated with respect. The West has shown we do that better than, in my opinion, than the rest of the world. So be a woman of the West, and you'll be treated as a woman of the West. Get into a man's face, and the bets are off. You want to buck up, then you can kick the shit out of kids. Well, I don't. Then maybe you need to be treated the same way. I'm just speculating here. But yeah, I'm not displeased. The conservatives are all like, we've got to secure the sports for women. You even have people in this community get all bent out of shape when I criticize women. That's your anti-whiteism talking inside of you. Kick that devil out of you. Kick that devil out. There can be good women and there can be bad women. Women make errors, just like men. Good men, bad men make errors. And when they make errors, they get criticized. That's how the West works. No more lionizing and deifying females because they have a vagina and because they're weaker than adult males, which years earlier were little boys and were being shoved around by the same females. Come on, into that bullshit. All right. I don't know. That's an interesting note to end on, I guess. Jason's like, he says women beat up children, and so men, they get in men's faces. They don't have any excuse. Yeah, you don't have an excuse. Amen, brother, says Slots. So much of that anti-white sewage about men and women. Yes. And Elaine Sabatino pointing out a great point here. Self-help, all these like self-help gurus and everything, it fuels selfish individualism because they're not coming together for the good of the community and thereby the people and thereby attaining their individual well-being. No, they're just trying to get rich off other people. They're just trying to find ways to have like these socialistic, these micro-socialistic scenarios where they have all the contacts and they find out about all the new businesses and the new parcels of land that are available and all this before anybody else. And so they can get on and make the money and get richer than everybody else. Spud Ruckus says she agrees it's a toxic way to treat men. Patriot Kaz says, agreed, Jason. Awesome truthfulness. Yeah, take those arguments into conversations. Dial it up or dial it back, depending upon your audience, as we hit 1 a.m. on the East Coast. And see what they think about that. See what they think about women pushing around children, and then suddenly they're too delicate to. They should be able to just get in your face and hit you. I mean, I was on PWR several times where that topic came up, and I was like, smack the shit out of her. And Mark is there saying, no, if a woman's beating me up, I'm going to let her hit me because I can take it. Are you serious? Are you some kind of like simp? You can take it? No. Physically, depending on the woman, you might be able to take the blows get some swelling, get some bruising. It's not going to be the worst thing ever. But you have just been robbed of all of your manhood. You've just been totally bitched out by a woman. No way. No way. No woman better ever hit me. Don't get in my face. Don't try to buck up to me like a man. A man bucks up to me, and we're gonna have problems. So anybody bucks up, nobody gets a pass. I mean, obviously, for the size of the person, I vary my response. I mean, I was in fights where, can't even really call them fights, where I just slapped the male, because he was too small. Like, and it happened more than once. But you got a little guy, and you just can't haul off and like beat the shit out of him, because he's just going to get broken into a bunch of pieces. And then if you're a good person, which I am, you feel bad about it afterward. I felt bad in most of my fights for hurting the other person. But yeah, you don't want to like ruin them. So the same thing for a female, be like it's like a smaller man. But no woman of the West has to worry about that with a man of the West, because he's not gonna push her around or put his hands on her in an angry way. So there's no concern. Sloth says, I saw some Antnat idiot saying you, meaning me, saying you were compromised on Odyssey. A whole video. Oh, so the video was on Odyssey because you blame women. Because you blame women. It was an Antnat. Oh, God. Had a visceral disgust at that guy. Yes, that's a natural man of the West response, brother. I should look it up. He made a video, not one of your videos. Should I review it? Should I review? Not tonight. Not tonight. I got other things to do. But maybe send me the link if you think that I should review it. I'll take a look and see if it's something I could maybe make fun with. Yeah, they always want to come and criticize that. He doesn't want to be submissive to women. That's why they're like sprinklers around me, buddy. That's why they dominate you and they water my lawn. Franklin says, do you think your true stream video social media numbers will ever be uncovered? I can't say never, but I don't know, man. I don't know. It's a good question. Like, where would we be, honestly, where would we be today? I think about this, especially while I was doing this, looking at all these videos of Redbeard and seeing these people with these crazy numbers. Crazy. Here was one guy called Chills. He has 150,000 subs. He did a video of Redbeard in one day, 150,000 views. Amazing. This other guy, 14,000 subs, 31,000 views. All of these are views under 24 hours. Some of them were views in 3, 4, 5 hours. This guy, Jess, 2,000 subs, 36,000 views. And you know the views are going to be even higher now. So clearly, the anti-whites just had me by the throat, just choking me out. And that was anticipated. I mean, that's why the strategy involves promulgating and seeding the concepts to the tallest flowers in the field, if you will. And I've likened it to that. Before, you have like a field of flowers, and there are always going to be some that are taller than the others. Same exact type and everything. There's going to be some that are going to be taller. That's just nature. It's the way it works. The same thing is going to happen for us. And what, of course, the anti-whites want to happen for the future, and this is something that they're working towards, which is why it's so important for us to speedily work at promulgating the concepts, is that they want to create an environment where the only big content creators are anti-white content creators. That's what they would like to create. And then you won't have anybody to seed the concepts to. Now and for the coming years, there'll still be big content creators that we can seed, and it might be quite a few years, because they'll have to be, I'm sure they'll want to keep in place like the resistance, and we'll still be able to get at them as well. But we need to make it happen while we can, while the sun shines, what's left of it in the West, and get to them with these concepts, because who knows how many people we would have here. I mean, the way it is now, like if I wasn't on YouTube anymore, then I would have all of you would still be with me on one of the others, Odyssey or Rumble. But those platforms are still not going to promote me, because they're not promoting me. So it would just be us. So we have to find people, champions, while we're out, one at a time. Every now and again, YouTube is going to allow one here or one there to trickle through, but otherwise they're just shutting it all down. I mean, clearly, I didn't have a single more. And by the way, all of these content creators that I was looking at didn't have anything in their descriptions about Redbeard. I had, and still there, all this verbiage about Oliver Anthony and his links, and he's in the title, and his song plays. So I went further even than they did, and not one jot difference. So, I mean, they just show their hand as clear as day what they're actually up to. It's a great question, though. Sorry for the late question. Are you up on Boston busing riots? That crap lasted for 14 years. When did it end? I won't, but I mean, I'll take a look. I'm not. Unless I've forgotten, unless it was older. Slot says, don't give him attention. Yeah, that's probably best. Oh, that Jason guy, he's anti-woman. He doesn't submit to women. Meanwhile, he's like being dominated and bitch slapped. And they're like, get over here, do this now. And for me, it's like, Promethean Healing says, one day you'll be one of many a statue alongside the great men of our past. Well, thank you very much for that. And what would make me happiest is if statues of our champions are standing with me. All you all who are doing the hard work. We could have like a big boulevard of the champs who saved the West in the face of all of this pushback from friend or supposed friend and foe alike, and capitalists, and holy crap. Did this just happen? Wow. Please get out your 07s, 007s, raucous emojis. One of those guys who's going to have a statue on the Boulevard of Champions in our pantheon of the heroes of Western civilization. It'll be glorious. I can see it now. It'll be like this giant pantheon of statues, like 3 stories tall. That's going to be us. And one of them is going to be Dude Bro Moment. Many applause, many raucous emojis, crowns for Dude Bro Moment. DB50 showing up, financially gifting, you already know what I'm about to say, 50 white well-being dollars. And he says, for white well-being. God bless you, good sir. We're getting ready to roll out, and all of a sudden, dude bro moment is like, all right, let me just drop this bomb. Let me drop this bomb on them. 007, we got Patriot Kaz is in there with 007. Ash is in there with 07. Elaine, Franklin with all the that almost looks like the Poison face. Do you remember that? Is everybody here too young for that? The Poison sticker? Does anybody remember that? It's a happy version, though. Like he got a hold of the good poison, I guess. Slots is applauding. Elaine Sabatino. Winged Productions. Yeah, thank you all for celebrating Dude Bro moment. Walker is there. Celebrating Dude Bro moment. Celebrate those who are doing the celebrating. God bless you, man. Champ just rolls in here. He's like, oh, they've been hanging out. I'm going to go in here and just drop down another. Man, I hope to God that folks like you and so many others, Slots, Promethean Healing, obviously. Promethean Healing is celebrating you. Clips. I hope you all get massive bonuses and promotions at work and you tear it up, man. I would love that for you all. Keep going free. Keep addressing those poisonous ideas in your mind, and you're going to find that you come up with ways. Your mind will find the ways to become more economically stable, more socially stable, everything. God bless you. Thank you so much. Champion. I don't know if you heard, but I had some suggestions on how to handle the females who push around children and then suddenly are too delicate and they should be able to get into a man's face and knee him in the nuts and slap him in the face. And Board Troll over here on D Live gave a lemon of cryptocurrency. Thank you so much for that. He's not troll. Our friend Board Troll is not bored tonight. Does anybody want to place non-monetary bets on if the Ant Nats or Jay Spurgs or they're gonna be out there saying, look at what Jason said about women? Think of the women who are not going to come to White Wellbeing, the kind of woman who's going to be enticed by someone being submissive to them. I don't want them around. I don't know about you. Females, they're not women. They're females. We have very few men and women these days. Got a lot of males and females. All right. So what are we doing? I am trying to set up a interview with South African who's in South Africa. So I might be doing that soon. Might have another roll in over the course of the week. I don't know. We'll see. Probably so. We'll see. We'll see. I got to get back to work on the audiobook of It's a Comedy, Damn It. And then definitely, obviously, Sunday gathering, 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Don't miss it. And you got to tell your friends. Don't expect, and make it an alarm on your telephone. Like 5 minutes till 5. Your phone's going to go off and you're going to say, hey, the Going Free Gathering, you got to make it over there, because you don't know, YouTube might not, they might even unsubscribe you the way they work. And if anybody figures out a way to appeal to them, or I doubt it, let me know. Oh, we had, is that Fedling? Fedling just donated an ice cream cone of cryptocurrency. That's a baby Fed, the Fedling. Thank you so much, Fedling. If I'm reading that right from here, my vision is blurry. But, all right. Good night to you all. Another big stunner. Promethean Healing, my God. Absolutely amazing. For White Wellbeing, thank you so much for the video. And everybody, for the hard work you're doing. Thank you for showing up, because we're it. Reality check. We are it. Keep that in mind. Love y'all. Roll out.